Pakistan versus India. What do you think?
Well, this is the big match as far as the Indians and the Pakistanis are concerned, and this is greater than the World Cup finals simply because India and Pakistan have always, taken their sport very, very seriously. Pakistan's beaten them practically every time, and I think
from the weather there, it's going to be humid and mainly cloudy, chance of a shower, so hopefully it'll stay off.
And that's possibly the reason why India, after winning the toss, have elected to bat, because maybe they're hoping that there might be an interrupted game and they can bowl then tight.
And I saw from the pictures earlier, it looks as though Imran Khan will be playing, so that'll be a big boost for Pakistan.
Yes, he's a tremendous cricketer, a great leader, and of course as a bowler he's not as quick as he was a few years ago, but he's improved his batting.
First of all...
Okay, well obviously they're live now and they're about to start, so let's go live now to watch India take the first innings, and they'll be batting.
A very good afternoon to everyone. That's umpire Peter McConnell from Australia, just getting the screen into place there. That screen is moving across behind Wasim Akram, who's going to take the new ball. And as Richie Beno pointed out, Jadeja is on strike. And this could be an interesting little start here. These white balls have been known to swing around a bit, and of course Wasim Akram is quite a prolific swinger of the ball on his day. And he'll be looking forward to seeing whether he can control it. So this match underway with Wasim Akram straight away thumping into the thigh pad of Jadeja. Lots of interest from the local Pakistani and Indian community, as well as the Australians, plenty of them out there as well. But I think it's going to be a pretty rowdy day. Very, very keen competitors, these two sides. Important game too. India looking for a victory. They haven't won one yet. Played 3, lost 2, no result in 1. That's a wide. That's what umpire Peter McConnell, showing that he's not going to allow those very wide balls outside off stump to go unpunished. And with me in the commentary box for the start of play today, Bill Laurie.
Good afternoon, Tony. Good afternoon, all. Yes, that was certainly a wide, as wasn't Akram going for that extra yard of pace, angled that ball way towards second slip. It's a vital match for both teams. This is every game now in the World Cup. It's so close that anything could happen by the time the semi-finals come around. So they'll need 240 here on this ground. Fast outfield.
Oh, well bowled. Beautiful delivery. Beat him for pace, really. May well have did hit the inside edge, went flying away down towards fine leg. Must have been very close to the off stump. Very, very quick action. He sort of lumbers up to the stumps, and then all of a sudden the ball goes hurtling away. That was lucky.
Certainly was. It was beautifully bowled. Not only did it come back with the arm, but it bounced as well. Inside edge went over the stumps, and the man finally did a good job to save the extra 2 runs there. Srikanth a little bit slow. So you see that go over the middle and leg. And Srikanth quite slow getting away there. They should have been looking for 3, but just get 2. Very noisy crowd already at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Not a big crowd in yet. The conditions are very warm. It should be a great evening. And looking at that pitch, the bounce and the fast outfield, India will be looking at 240. We've seen at the Gabba at the weekend that 230 is just a obtainable score in the outfield as fast. So India will be trying to press on in the first 15 overs, hit some boundary while the field is up, and throw the gauntlet down to Pakistan later this afternoon.
Off the glove and wide of the wicketkeeper. Moin Khan doing his best to get a glove on that one. Didn't quite make it. Deflected a long way, actually.
Yes, he's so fast, Wasim Akram. He's tending to bowl very quickly in this World Cup. You see the bounce there. It was around about the hip. He fended it away with the glove, and the wicketkeeper did well, but it was always going to fall safely. But plenty of bounce in the Sydney strip. You see the ball there going very high as it beats the wicketkeeper diving about second leg strip. It was a good effort.
No ball, so wide and a no ball already. It tends to be a little erratic early on. Wasim Akram trying to get that swing under control, and he's also always up there on the popping crease. So just looking at the offside field that Imran's got for him, they've got 2 slips in position there, as well as a gully. So 3 attacking fieldsmen on the offside. And then 2 men saving 1. And so 2 slips in position and a gully, and those 2 men moving back now to save the 1 on the offside. And that area down there will be covered by the 3rd man as well. So he'll cover that area down there, and these 2 guys will move in and save the 1 when the ball is hit in that direction. And that's the offside field. He'll be going across the right-hander. Just 2 men on the leg side saving 1 as well. Off the pad of Shrikant. 5 runs from the first over. A wicket for 5. Aqib Javed is going to take the new ball from the Randwick end. So Aqib Javed and Wasim Akram getting the use of these 2 white balls that are used in these World Cup matches. Umpire David Shepherd down his end. Jadeja getting himself a single to 3rd man. It's quite nicely glided down there. Just opened the face of the bat, kept it down.
It's so important that India get away to a flying start in the first 15 overs. It looks to be a good pitch with plenty of bounce and pace, so the strike players will come into play. And they'll be looking to score quickly in the first 15 while the field is up. In fact, a change now. Just the 1 slip and a gully now for Shrikant. He's quite square, the gully, so that's a defensive move. They're taking out the extra slip. Just 1 slip and a gully.
Big appeal there, but that probably hit him outside the line of off stump. They will also be moving back to the leg side, and I tell you what, you just want to show that sort of resentment towards umpire David Shepherd. It won't have any impact on him whatsoever.
I thought it was a fraction high as well. He is going way over the stumps. That was a good decision. He was on the popping crease. That was never going to take the stumps. And that was a good decision. Some doubt there must favour the batsman. Umpire Shepherd starting off well here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Big appeal there, and he had a little look at that one. That looked as if it kept low. And that really did look very adjacent, and as a result of that appeal, he wants the screen moved. Well, let's have another look at it.
That looks to be much closer, that one. He's close to the stumps, pitches and goes on, but was going down leg side, would have missed the leg stump. But Chris Shrikant struggling to put bat on ball. He was the same at the Gabba last Sunday. He made a duck after facing 10 deliveries. He's playing nowhere near the ball. One stayed down a bit as well. Well, India left out Ravi Shastri because he was slow, but Chris Shrikant's making no effort to go after the ball. This was exactly a replay of the overs he faced against Craig McDermott. He opened the face, not trying to hit it at all. There's the angled bat, just worried by the outswing.
There's a fair bit of movement away off the seam there. Shrikant's rest assured, Bill, if he's there for a little while, he won't be hanging around. His problem, I think, has been the opening of the face of the bat. Vulnerable in the area just outside off stump. He gets it off the meat of the bat like that, it's not a problem. In fact, it's a shot that a lot of players use in the one-day game.
Well, he's a dasher. He likes to hit the ball hard, but of late he's just been trying to poke it outside off stump, and that's not his way. He must really go after the bowling in the first 15 overs and get into a way to a flying start. He's not a technician, he's a hard hitter of the ball. And I believe he's letting the side down by not going after the bowling while the field is up.
It's a good start by Aqib Javed. Going just a little wide. But a good start for him. 2 runs from that over, no wicket for 7. There's that little bit of bounce that Bill Laurie was talking about.
Srikanth's had a lot of cricket, 142 one-day internationals, 427 50s, a good strike rate of 73.2, but of late he's lost his way. He's lacking in confidence. He's not prepared to play shots. He's allowing the bowler to dictate the terms. He's a very dangerous player, 4,016 runs in one-day internationals.
A few weights called there. Quite keen to get away, I think. Srikanth down that end. That one hit him, well, perhaps just missed the thigh pad. He's a quick bowler, Wasim Akram, and that one just flicking off the side of the leg there.
Listen, Chris Srikanth in World Cup matches, he's played 19, that's quite a lot. His strike rate's 84.3, so that's excellent. So when he gets away, he can be a winner, but he's not getting away at the moment.
That's out if he catches it. No, he doesn't. It looked to me as if it just carried. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to gather it up. So Moin Khan, the keeper there, trying to take that one, which clearly hit the outside edge of the bat.
Yes, he just poked at it again. There was the edge. It was a catch me. And he dived over it, in fact. It seemed to go through the gloves. It was certainly appeared to be catchable on that replay. There's the nick. It's quite clear. Maybe it was a half volley, but he never got his gloves near it.
Yes, I think he should have caught this. You know, see there that it goes through the gloves. Just a little bit slow in closing those gloves of his on that occasion. He won't be very happy with that replay. Mind you, having said that, Krishnamacharya Srikanth wouldn't be very happy with the shot either. He's been opening the face up. We've just mentioned that on numerous occasions he's been beaten outside the off stump. And while he continues to do that, I suppose there's always going to be a chance of him getting out in that area, either caught behind or caught by second or first slip.
Yes, he's out of touch and he's strolling around there at the non-strikers, and he's aware that he's got to put bat to ball. That's
a better delivery. Bang on target that time, and nicely played too. RJ Jadeja getting right in behind the line of that one.
Very disappointing from Wasim Akram. When he found the edge, it certainly was catchable. The slips are quite deep because of his pace, but you do expect the wicketkeeper, the man with the gloves, to take the catch. See, he's a little bit agitated there, Wasim Akram. He's flat out. He's quite sharp. Pakistan want early wickets. The slip's way, way back.
Wide again, so he's struggling with his control. It's twice now that he's been called down the leg side. He's also been called for a very wide ball that he bowled down the offside. Dead keen to get the ball swinging. It's not an easy thing to do straight away. I think he'd be better just trying to run up and get it on target, perhaps just across the line of the right-hander. Good shot. That's quite a long boundary down there, so they'll have to settle for 2. So, a good one for India. 5 runs off the over, no wicket for 12. Krishnamacharya Srikanth. And it's very important from India's point of view that he plays well. Dynamic hitter, got a strike rate, as Bill Laurie has mentioned, 83. That's better than most playing cricket. His problem is that he's just a bit short of runs. He scores them quickly, but he needs to put together a nice fast 70 or 80 for the Indians. They haven't had a good World Cup so far. They haven't won a match.
They haven't won a match, but their form's been quite good. They put pressure on England at the Wacker. They could have been considered to be a little bit unlucky against Australia at the Gabba on Sunday. Although I thought they had the chance in the final over. I thought they threw that away in the end, but they're in reasonable touch. But this guy's struggling with the bat, unfortunately. And his game is to throw the bat, the ball, rather than just angled away. He seems to have this pattern now, wanting to open the face all the time. He's much better when he lays the ears back and tries to whack it over the gully. It's a superb time with all that high grip. And here he is now. He's almost then playing that with the angled bat when it's a full defensive stroke.
Yes, he did that right through the Test Series and the Benson Hedges World Series. And There he is, continuing it in the World Cup. Try to hit that one straight down the ground. There'll be a lot of you very interested in the points table associated with this Benson Hedges World Cup 1992. Well, there it is. 4 sides go through to the semi-finals. There's still a lot of cricket left, obviously, in this World Cup. So things can change, and you must take note of the number of matches that each side has played, because that is pertinent. England have only played 3 for their 5 points, and the West Indies 3 for their 4 points. Having said that, the bottom half of the table, when I say the bottom half of the table, those who aren't in the top 4 at the moment, most of those sides, with the exception of Zimbabwe, have only played 3 matches.
It's a long way to go yet. I'd say any side apart from Zimbabwe could make the final 4 at this stage. It's wide open. There could be interference because of weather. There'd be 1 or 2 shock results. Why is this the case in World Cup? That's why it's such a fascinating series. And 2 points here will be available to both India and Pakistan.
It's interesting odds being offered by Ladbrokes back in England. Apparently you can get 4-1 on a final between Australia and England. Seems to me that may be worth a bet. Aqib Javed is currently operating from the Randwick end. No wicket for 42, 1 for 49, and no wicket for 7 in 3 overs. Have been his bowling figures so far. And during the World Cup, that is. It's a maiden over. Good effort. No wicket for 12. So 4 overs have been bowled, just the 12 runs on the board. Srikanth's faced most. Wasim Akram continuing. Akram against the West Indies bowled his 10 overs, no wicket for 37. Then the second match against Zimbabwe, 3 for 21 off his 10. So he did plenty of damage in that match. And then, of course, against England, just the 3 overs, 1 for 7. He was causing a few problems there as well. Crossed the right-hander, and because he could have reached it, umpire not signalling wide on that occasion. Quite right too.
Yes, that was hittable. In fact, he tried to hit a square of the wicket, and lucky not to get a nick.
Ajay Jadeja, just 21, not much experience. Let's see, strike rate 50 down at the bottom there. Oh, that is a big wide. Well, for the great bowler that he is, he really is struggling to get it straight.
Yes, I think that Imran Khan will whip him off here. He just can't afford to have this to happen. It sets a standard for the whole team for the rest of the match. Imran will be very annoyed about his main striker, Wasim Akram, been so inaccurate. Just has to slow down and get the ball straight and make the batsman play. There's plenty of bounce here for him.
So the total moves on to 14 now. So I'm not quite sure what Imran's going to do about this. He's going to have to do something about it. He can't just allow this to continue. Perhaps they've got used to the fact that Wasim Akram does try to swing the ball right from the word go, and they've just got to put up with it for a while. But it looks as if he's loosening up, and maybe that we're going to see him into the attack before long. That's a wide as well. Peter McConnell being nice to him there, I think, Bill.
Yes, it was one of those ones where he had a good look at it and allowed it through. Wasim Akram always experienced that certainly was a wide. He couldn't hit that from a normal batting position, but the umpires sometimes give the bowlers just a little bit of leeway. If it's offside, down the leg side, he'll be right onto him. But a disappointing start from Wasim Akram. He's all over the place here at the Sydney Cricket Ground in a vital match.
That's a bit of delivery. That's swinging back onto the line. It was about middle stump, and nicely played too. Srikanth right in behind that one. watching it come back.
You had a look at the pitch, Tony. At 240 would be needed here.
Yes, I'm not too sure that 240 in the circumstances won't be too much for a side that's chasing. I think that I'd be pretty well satisfied with 220. No ball called, so he really has got all sorts of problems. He's already bowled an extra over. And he walks past umpire McConnell there, who obviously said something to him. He doesn't seem to be all that fussed about it all.
Makes it very hard for the batsman too when the bowl's all over the ship. It's hard to get into a rhythm with the bat as well.
That's the end of the over. No wicket for 15. And that's where Aqib Javed is going to concentrate. Just outside off stump, he's got a stacked offside field.
He's doing the job for his captain. He's bowling to that field. The 2 slips. Point covering mid-off, but ring the 3 on the offside. The defensive fieldsman inside the circle. Haven't seen any short singles taken so far, man, because the batsmen haven't been able to reach the ball at the other end. But Aqib Javed's right on line. He's getting the outswinger just to move nicely away from the right-hander.
So just getting back to the conditions, Bill, the outfield quite quick. It's quite a big ground. The pitch itself looks like a normal 3-day or 3rd day, if you like, of a test match. Just speaking to Peter Leroy out there, he was of the opinion that it would deteriorate a little bit as the match went on, perhaps even turn a bit later on, which would be good.
But just a fraction short there, enabling the batsman just to work it through the gully. He's got a nice line going. He's not too short generally, but that one just allowed the batsman to get onto the back foot and angled away. He's just above medium pace. He's quite sharpish and a very intelligent young bowler.
That's the view from stump cam, looking down this pitch, down towards umpire Shepherd, who's at the Randwick end. That's the surface out there. You can see there are a few little patches around, but basically a pretty normal looking Sydney Cricket Ground pitch. Still a little green patch though. That's nice placement. And I'll tell you what, he would have been run out had he hit the stumps.
Well, Chris O'Cann's in a different world, isn't he? He pushed that, he called early, and then he strolled down the pitch. Unbelievable piece of cricket. There he goes. And he was gone for all money if that had hit the stumps, surely. Oh, it would have been close in the end. Maybe he'd got there. Hard to say. The ball went into the turf. Had been a direct hit, certainly on the full, he would have been out.
Just watch his bat here. He doesn't actually run it in. Umpires look for this. Just watch his bat. It's actually put down behind the line. Down it comes now, and he puts it down behind the line. Two from the over. He's not doing badly. No wicket for 17. There it is. No wicket for 17. 6 overs have been bowled. Way outside off stump. Well, he's taking a bit of Bill Laurie's advice. It's out there, he's going to go for it.
Well, that's his natural game. If he hit that, it would have gone for 4. He was too late. He was beaten by the extra yard of pace there, but that's his game, to go after the ball and try and hit it through the offside while the field is up. There's been some indifferent bowling from Wasim Akram. Akram Javed done well at the other end, but it's an opportunity for India to get away to a flyer here in a very important game for them.
It's good running. Yes, it's very important for Pakistan too. They've won one game. If they get their 2 points here, they'd move up to 5 points, having played 4, which would get them up into the top 4. There's also a very important match being played here tomorrow, England against Australia. So it'll be a tremendous atmosphere out here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yes, tomorrow the ground should be full, one would imagine. You'll see there the pitches prepared. That's one for tomorrow. And that's the match. Australia versus England. Tick-a-tech, 2664800. Game commences at 2:30.
Well, that's got to be a wide again. Well, he really is struggling with his control. So 5 wides he's bowled all to get all up so far. It's not helping Pakistan's cause at all.
Surprised he hasn't gone around the wicket. He just straightened up a bit. We'll see here, he really angles it across. There it goes, and it goes further away off the swing, and the wicketkeeper does well taking in front of first slip. Disappointing start from Wasim Akram. He's their #1 strike bowler. 2 no balls and 5 wides in the first 3.5 overs.
That economy rate quite surprising too on the right hand side of that column there, 71.4. One of the better bowlers in the world. It's quite a high economy rate. Those are runs conceded per 100 balls bowled.
Imran Khan having a word to his striker. I don't think he's too happy with him at the moment. He's getting to settle down very quickly.
He didn't try and get that ball to swing. I think you might find that he'll settle for just bowling it across the right-hander now. Still getting a few words from umpire McConnell about that front foot of his. He's obviously right up there as well. Another single. A wicket for 21. And that one played just backward of point. No problems there. Aqib Javed has been quite accurate and economical. He's only conceded 4 runs so far. And on the other hand, his partner Wasim Akram has been very expensive and very inaccurate. No wicket for 17. Take up commentary now. It's going to be Richie Benaud, and with him will be Simon O'Donnell.
Thanks, Tony. Afternoon, everyone. Aqib Javed had 2 big appeals against Chris Rickard a little earlier. Well, Rickard is, well, he's not even at 6s and 7s out there. He's at 1s and 2s or noughts. Can't get it away at all. Afternoon, Simon.
Afternoon, Richie. You certainly can't. A lot of trouble. We're just moving the ball around enough to worry Chris Srikanth. It's been attacking outside that off stump, and I think Srikanth thought it was a bit of a Christmas present there with one angled in at leg stump. Tried to hit it well over mid-wicket, and never got near it.
In the first 15 overs, there are only 2 men allowed outside that fielding circle. Circle running around there. It's 30 yards from the stumps at either end. Have 2 semicircles made, and then they join them together. Only 2 men allowed outside that circle in the first 15. Must be too high. Vehement appeal for one hitting up that far.
Yeah, I think Ackwood has probably played enough cricket to know that very difficult to get a decision in the affirmative from this sort of stuff. So I think missing leg stump a little as well, but again, far too high going up. Had 3 appeals. He's been very enthusiastic about it. I think he probably should save his air a little bit more for something that has a possibility of being given out.
That's Chris Shrikant's record in the World Cup. 39 against England, the Globe against Australia, and then Sri Lanka 1 not out in that rain-marred game. And now he's unbeaten on 5. No wicket for 21. Jadeja and Shrikant are the not-out batsmen. 9 and 18 balls faced and 5 and 32 respectively. Shrikant batted 10 balls the other day against Australia without scoring. Now 32 for 5, and he's hardly hit anything in the middle of the bat. Imran Khan, who's had shoulder problems, strained his shoulder doing pre-match exercises, running through the routine, and he hasn't played in the World Cup until today as a bowler. Had a run round as batsman and fielder in one of the earlier games. Wasim Akram, who's been taken off, bowled 4 overs for 17. And a man alongside me in the commentary box has also had shoulder problems, which kept him out of proper contention for the World Cup. I guess you've got a bit of sympathy for him, Simon.
Yes, a little bit there, Richie. He's lucky enough to be out there bowling flat out pretty quickly, but it's only probably inhibited him the last couple of weeks.
Jadeja has got that away straight down the ground. One of the few really firm strokes we've seen in these opening overs.
A bit of a warm-up delivery there for Imran Khan, just feeling his way with a crook shoulder and well over pitching. Jadeja hitting that ball very nicely down the ground. I really think it's one of the things we've talked about a lot during the summer. The Indian running must improve. I really think there could have been 4 runs in that last stroke, but just not really putting it together in between the wickets. In a 50-over game of cricket, that can be crucial at the end when the runs are tallied up.
It's Imran Khan to Shrikant. Just confirming the teams for this match, this clash between India and Pakistan. India have brought in Jadeja, Ajay Jadeja, who's out there at the moment, and Vinod Kambli, who is the brilliant young player who shared that world record partnership with Tendulkar a few years ago while they were still at school. Venkatapati Raju stays in the side. Their bowling attack is much the same. They've left out Ravi Shastri. That was foreshadowed in the morning journals around the country. And the Pakistan side with Imran back as skipper of Amir Sohail, then Inzamam ul Haq, Javed, then Salim Malik and Zahid Fazl, a new player in the side, and Imran as skipper.
Communication should be the word, and there wasn't a lot there. Mushtaq, quite a handy little fieldsman for Pakistan. And fully fledged go up the stumps here. A little bit of confusion, seeing there was a chance, and very close decision if he had hit.
He's got away with that down the leg side. It's no wicket for 24. 12 to Jadeja. Srikanth has made 5. Aqib Javed is the bowler from the Southern All-Round Weekend. None for 24 in 9.
Bowled a very good line, Aqib Javed. Very capable swing and seam bowler with Pakistan. Will be missing the help of Waqar Younis. Another one of the calibre and pace of Wasim Akram, and these 3 pace bowlers generally fit and working, as well as Imran Khan. It's a formidable pace attack for Pakistan. Bit of running and very well backed up by Imran Khan. It's the sort of thing the Indians have got to look for in these earlier overs. Aqib Javed bowling a very good line. They've just got to use the pace of the ball, knock the ball around for singles, which are very, very important in this game.
List of runouts is quite astonishing at first glance, although you think back to a few of the great run-out games we've seen. One was the first World Cup final ever played between West Indies and Australia at Lords, and there were 5 in that game. On the Australian side, that is. There have been 7 for New Zealand, 6 for England, 6 for Australia so far in this 1992 World Cup. Others have fallen away a bit, not keeping up the average. And he's waiting, and umpire Shepherd eventually said, yes, you must go. Aqib Javed had no doubt that the ball had been taken cleanly, nor that it had found the outside edge. So he's had a few goes at Srikanth for LBW, finally had him caught behind.
This ball just straightening a little bit and carrying no problems to Mohan there, the wicket keeper. He didn't get overly excited about it. I think that's what probably let Chris Srikanth wait. But he's definitely out. He's gone. India are now 1 for 25.
Mohammad Azharuddin is the new batsman for India, the skipper of the side. The breakthrough for Pakistan there, 1 for 25, and we're into the 11th over.
That's the one. Put India in this position. Just straightening a little bit on Chris Srikanth, and no one having no problems. He's not at all happy, really. I don't think there was that big a surprise. If the umpire did tell him, he definitely hit it.
Extraordinary the way he's opening the face of his bat, Simon. It's just a habit he's got into. Quite strange. This is a great angle to show it.
It certainly is, and that is nearly off the middle of the bat. It's just a deflection through to the keeper. Something cricketers at a very young age are told exactly not to do. They're told to play with the full face of the bat, and Srikanth is trying to defy all that logic at the moment.
This is Imran Khan to Jadeja. Concentrating mainly on in-swing. Yeah, just going back to Srikanth and that opening of the bat face. It is quite extraordinary. To get it right, he would almost have to turn the edge of the bat to face the bowler, to exaggerate it around, so that in the end, if he's going to open it, it'll simply be presenting the full face of the bat. Extraordinary lengths have to go to that.
I think he should be told, or he'll have to learn very quickly, because it's flirting with danger, and I think one of the most important things in the game is you always rate your opposition and rate that they can bowl or bat, field, etc. They're not out there because they're not up to standard. Test level, first class level, or obviously one day international level. You've got to give them credit and use the whole of your bat.
Azharuddin came out at Brisbane on Sunday, started quietly and then played some lovely flowing strokes, and it needed that quite wonderful piece of fielding from Alan Border to gather the ball in almost on his wrong side, slightly to his right hand side, and then throw down the stumps, with David Boone not able quite to get over the top of the stumps. But it was a great piece of fielding, and it gave Australia the chance.
Great rivalry between these two nations, India and Pakistan, and both skippers head-to-head out there at the moment. Azharuddin in fine form, Imran Khan getting over a shoulder injury that's restricted him so far in this tournament.
And it's 1 for 26 in 11. One for 26. It's Aqib Javed from the southern end. Jadeja is taking a strike. He's been brought into the side. He came in to the Indian side against Australia at the weekend. Didn't really have much chance to show what he had. He bowled very sensibly, bowled a good length and very tightly, and he fielded brilliantly, but we didn't see much of him with the bat. He came into time where the bat had to be thrown, wasn't really given an opportunity. Viewers who may not have seen it on Sunday, in a moment or two we'll show you that great piece of fielding from Alan Border which ran out Azharuddin. First though, just to recap on some of Azharuddin's performances. He limited overs games, 134 of them, and 3,157 runs at 32. Strike rate of 69. Be quick. Oh, would have been out by a yard or 2 yards. Went to the left hand of the fielder.
I think the major problem with Mohammad Azharuddin here was, as he played the shot, he was so far on his back foot, and his momentum, his weight was all backwards, and took him ages to get going down the wicket. Took him ages to get that momentum there, and he was well gone. Direct hit, the Indian captain would not be here. Yes, it's a Always a great inspiration for a team if you can dismiss the opposing captain. And Alan Border gave Australia great inspiration on Sunday with a magnificent pickup and direct hit. Azharuddin in magnificent touch into the 90s. Australia desperately needing a wicket, and the captain lifted the country. Azharuddin's performances in all World Cup matches. He's played in 11, batted 8 times. There's a very, very nice average of 56 and scoring at 81 runs per 100 balls, which is an excellent strike rate, especially up high in the order where he is. He gets India off to a flying start.
That's a splendid stroke. Just didn't get it quite square enough, but they've picked up 2. Jadeja now goes on to 17. It's the end of the over, and it's 1 for 28. It's been nothing but in-swing from Imran Khan so far. Just a little bit of flexing of the shoulder.
Enormous experience, Imran Khan. A great bowler to have in a situation like this. Will never give much away. Will always be there and thereabouts at the stumps, not giving the batsman a lot of room. One of the things you find with in-swing bowling, as he's bowling there at the moment, you get that line wrong, you give batsmen very easy runs through the onside over mid-wicket and square leg, but his line so far has been impeccable, coming right in onto that off stump.
Amir Sohail is the man out at square point. It was Sohail who almost ran out Azharuddin in the last over. Lovely shot. Just the most superb timing. Footwork good. Delightful swing of the bat. And perfect timing.
Yes, that's definitely what timing's all about. Not too much energy expelled here. Full face of the bat. No problems getting to the fence. Magnificent timer on the ball, Mohammad Azharuddin. He's really in fine touch after a nightmare start to the summer between the Test series and the One Day Internationals. The last few weeks he's really hit form. We're all getting a little bit excited out here. Azharuddin starting to go, sending his partner back, shot at the stumps, a few stairs, and we've definitely got a very competitive game on our hands.
It's 1 for 34. Ajay Jadeja is 17 from 30 balls faced. Mohammad Azharuddin 5. He's faced only 11, and he struck one very good boundary so far. Aqib Javed, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. A very good spell from him. Wasim Haider is coming on now from the Randwick end. Right arm right arm medium fast.
Not a bad time for the bowler to come into the attack. Just the 1 wicket down. Bowling's been quite tight. And you're not wanting to lose any more early wickets. Pressure on their middle order. They'd rather just keep establishing themselves for a little longer yet. Seen a lot of Wasm Ida, but if he's anywhere near the quality of the other 3 Pakistan fast bowlers, it'll be very difficult to get away on this wicket.
A warm welcome to viewers in the United Kingdom who are watching Sky Sports at the moment. Great interest in this World Cup in Australasia. 2 host nations, Australia and New Zealand, and interest right round the world. Sky Sports in the United Kingdom, Mnet in South Africa, and millions watching this game on the subcontinent, game between India and Pakistan. It's the lovely sight from the top of the MLC building in Sydney. The sports ground, the football ground on the left, and the Sydney cricket ground with the light pylons just slightly on the right. Not far out of the centre of the city, the Sydney Cricket Ground complex. The football matches played in that ground on the left, and cricket and Australian rules football in the one where we are at the moment. One for 34. Well, that's equally as good a stroke as the one he played off the back foot in the last over.
Definitely. Again, not expending a lot of energy, but perfect timing from the Indian skipper. That ball racing between cover and mid-off for 4. It's the second time Imran Khan has overpitched the first delivery of his spell. It's the second time, and Mahendra Azharuddin taking full toll.
Sometimes when a batsman comes out, instantly you get the feeling that he's in good touch. Mohammad Azharuddin might well have run himself into good touch with the innings on Sunday. Everything he's done so far out there has had a stamp of class about it today, and a confident stamp at that.
Imran Khan, now 39 years of age, has had a magnificent career. 169 matches altogether. His wickets taken is 175. That bowling average 26.32. Very good for one-day international cricket. Pakistan skipper has also played a number of World Cup matches, 22 in all. Very nice bowling average there of 15.4. 87-88. The World Cup that was held in India and Pakistan. 4 for 37, his best bowling effort at Karachi.
Amir Sohail, the fielder just behind point, he's left-hander, so he's coming in on the right angle there for a throw to the bowler's end.
There's a fair bit of yelling and screaming going on there. Jajida getting back comfortably.
The end of Imran's over, 1 for 38, 15 overs gone. It's 1 for 38 here at the SCG. India, having won the toss, decided to bat. Srikanth, the man, out for 5. Jadeja is 17 and Azharuddin 9. Take up commentary now, David Gower, and with him is Ian Chubb.
Thanks, Richie. Good afternoon, all. Pretty overcast afternoon here in Sydney, and we've had a few spots of rain as we look out there to the heads from the central business district of Sydney. And there you see the football stadium right next to the cricket ground. Sydney Football Stadium on the left. Jadeja doing a good job for India as an opening batsman. But his partner, the man that's out, Chris Srikanth, to me, David, he looks like he's really struggling, Srikanth.
Chris Srikanth has been out of form, really, for the last few innings he's played, and he's getting himself into all sorts of trouble. And no real confidence, of course, in his batting. The thing today, of course, is that so far Pakistan have managed to keep a tight rein on both Jadeja and Azharuddin, and they'll be reasonably happy with the slowish progress that the Indians have made.
But the way they're flying off Azhar's bat is a little bit ominous. That one absolutely flying away there. If he continues the form he showed in Brisbane, then he'll be a problem for every team.
Well, it always makes a difference, doesn't it? When you get runs, when you feel in nick, you arrive at the crease next time and the confidence is there, the timing is there, and he's played 2 glorious shots already this morning, one off the back foot, one off the front foot, both through the offside. That have both gone for 4.
Very good spell from Aqib Javed, opening the bowling with Wasim Akram. 6 overs for 9 with just 1 wicket. We look there at the opening partnerships for India in this World Cup. The incredible thing about Srikanth is that he's not really having a dash at the bowling. He's really in the horrors, and I would have thought that the best way for him to get out of the horrors, the way he plays, is to have a dash at the bowling.
Well, that's right. He started the World Series Cup Series very well, doing exactly that, didn't he? And it's a sign of how little confidence he's taking with him to the crease nowadays. That he's fishing from the ball, he's playing with that angled bat that we all keep talking about. He's not really looking to strike the ball, and it's a shame for him and for India.
Azharuddin doesn't even really have to look to strike the ball. He's just got to push it and it flies off the bat. It's 1 for 41 after 16.
I suppose you'll have to refer to his field as troops, will you, on the current analogy?
Well, he does come from a fighting family, Imran Khan. Great fighters, the Khans, in the early days. And I think Imran's inherited a bit of that fight from the point of view that he's a very, very determined cricketer. It's well run. Wazim Akram, the fielder there. In fact, it's Imzamam fired that very quickly.
Actually, Moin Khan behind the stumps, not having a wonderful day at the moment. That ball coming very close to the top of the stumps, and certainly not going cleanly into the gloves.
For his sins, Inzamam has been hoisted away to the square leg boundary now. Salim Malik is in the covers. It's actually very interesting to look at the three contests coming up in the next 2 days. This one we're looking at, we've just talked about. Then you've got Australia versus England, well, rivals from way back. And then a new rivalry, which we'll probably see quite a bit more of on in the scene. South Africa versus the West Indies. First time ever. And I would think there'll be a bit of spice in that contest.
Yes, given the recent history of South Africa and the West Indies, and not to mention the ancient history of South Africa and the West Indies, there'll be a little bit of spice there. But of course, on the cricket field, a lot of these so-called political problems disappear. And it does boil down, a little bit as Imran Khan was saying earlier today, does boil down to a strictly cricketing competition. Good competition, well fought, but thankfully not quite as serious as war.
Wide called there by umpire McConnell. I'm not sure that it actually deprived Azharuddin of a shot. He just missed it, I think.
Well, Imran Khan holding his shoulder there. That's the problem shoulder for Imran, and he's for once dragged it wide there. And I think Azharuddin will be more disappointed that he hasn't made proper contact with that. Looked like a wonderful scoring opportunity.
Yes, I think it's probably important to remember the point that Imran actually made when he said that the pressure comes from the spectators, the expectation of the spectators, and I would imagine that that'll be very much so as far as the Caribbean and the South African supporters are concerned.
Well, that's right. No Caribbean supporter is going to want to see the West Indies go down to the South Africans, and they'll be putting pressure on their men there in the same way as the Pakistanis, the Indians at home, feel the same pressure from their crowds.
It's 1 for 44 after 17. Haider to continue.
Two overs of 5 there, the best the Indians can manage. Proof there that Pakistan have managed to keep a fairly tight rein on the Indian batsmen.
Half shot from the bowler. Just looking at those 2 overs of 5 as we see Shep on one leg. Not always a pretty sight, Shep on one leg.
And the ball comfortably going down the leg side there. The appeal more a formality than a genuine inquiry. Very well balanced man, David Shepherd. There's plenty to balance.
Yes, those 2 overs of 5 that we saw there in India's run rate, they were the first and third overs when Wazim Akram was having trouble with his accuracy. A few wides involved in those 2 overs of 5.
Akram actually prefers, certainly in county cricket in England, not to take the new ball itself. He likes to wait for a few overs to let the ball get slightly older.
I bet there's a few batsmen around who prefer him not to take the new ball as well.
There's a few batsmen around who prefer him not to take the ball at all.
Yes, he certainly had trouble with it today, getting it online. But he is a very fine bowler, and he's probably the best in the business at polishing off a tail. Really does make a mess of a tail. Once again, umpire Shepherd just shaking the head with a wry grin.
Well, Wasim Haider, in common with his captain Imran Khan, bowling at the other end. They're both trying to swing the ball into the batsman, and bowling from slightly wide there, the angle of the ball would have taken it well past the leg stump again.
Hope that wasn't an invasion. It's 1 for 46 after 18. Zamam is the fielder at just in front of square leg.
And Jadeja starting to show little signs of impatience there. Dragging across the line. If it gets away with it, it's safely down to square leg for 1 run. But he's itching now to get this run rate moving.
Very wristy player, Mohammad Azharuddin.
Good comparison there, actually. Jadeja had played the rather more aggressive shot, had mistimed the ball and only got 1 for it. Azharuddin, the man in form, waited for the ball to come to him, just timed it, placed it, and ended up the same result, 1 run.
Yes, the placing is so important, and you usually find that the more you get frustrated, and if you get tied down, you start to grip the bat a little tighter, you try and hit the ball a bit harder, and all that happens then is that you mistime the ball more and more. And if you can do it, or if your partner can sort of say to you, mate, just relax it a little and don't try and hit him so hard, because sometimes you're not even aware that you're doing it.
This time Jadeja going down the wicket, trying to upset Imran Khan's length, guides it down to 3rd man, 1 more run.
There's the 50 up for India in the 19th over, so Pakistan would be pretty pleased that they've slowed the progress to that point. 114 balls for that 50. So that's good from the fielding point of view, fielding and bowling point of view. It's 1 for 51. Support for both sides here at the SCG. I think Pakistan probably reigning supreme at the moment as far as supporters are concerned.
In fact, you can see the mixture of Indian flags and Pakistani flags very close there. I can imagine tempers flaring slightly if this game gets close towards the end of the night.
Javed Miandad at fine leg. I think the Indian batsmen have probably got to improve their placement into the outfield a little bit and start pushing for 2s.
Javed Miandad, of course, used to be a very fine fielder, close to the wicket, good catcher, very quick mover, a good thrower at cover. Now languishing in the outfield a bit. He's a long way away from the main part of the action.
Sahel. That's what India need more of.
Good running, good fielding. Sahel very quick across the ground at deep square leg there. But this time the ball placed wide enough for the batsman to take 2.
Wasim Akram back on the field.
This time the Indian batsman respecting Wasim Akram's arm. Very good flat thrower. Deciding not to take 2. Very good quick return there. Good positioning of his feet, allowing him to throw very quickly, having picked the ball up.
Not the most accurate of throwers, though. I think he's the sort of fielder that that should be challenged a little bit by the faster runners.
Well, that's right. You can always put virtually any fielder under pressure. And you can see that throw there. Had there been a run-out situation developing, the wicketkeeper would have had no chance to have gathered the ball and taken the bails off.
Beautifully placed. Bisected the 2 outfielders.
Not a very good delivery from Wasim Haider, this. He's dragged it down short and down the leg side. And Azharuddin very confidently clips it away, helps it on its way, splits the field. There's a man at long leg, there's a man at deep square leg. And neither of them are going to stop that going for 4.
Best innings, best over of the innings so far for India. 3rd boundary for Azharuddin. Wide called there by umpire Shepherd. A man who knows all about wides. He's a great character, Shep, and didn't mind getting on with the job when he was batting. He played for Gloucestershire. He and David Green could give you a bit of a touch-up if they got going together.
I suppose you have to say that David Shepherd's not the man exactly built for the quick single, is he? So stroke play is probably his major option.
11 runs off that over. A good one for India. It's 1 for 62. 21 off just 34 balls, 1 for 62, and Imran Khan has taken himself off at the Paddington end and bringing Mushtaq, the leg spinner, into the attack. Now, what will be interesting is whether Imran can come back again. Had 6 overs in that spell. Now, because of that shoulder injury, there's some doubt as to whether he can come back and bowl another spell. He does have certainly one more bowler in Sahel, the left-arm spinner, up his sleeve. The coach of the Pakistan side, Intikhab Alam, a former international leg spinner himself, reckons that this track will turn a bit.
Well, if it's going to, this is the sort of bowler that will expose that. Likes to give the ball a good rip. Gets those fingers round the ball. And wrist spinners, as ever, are the ones that will turn a ball if there's any chance of it turning.
Pakistan have 2 leg spinners in their squad. Mushtaq, the one that you're seeing now, and Iqbal Sikandar, who's been left out of this game. Iqbal Sikandar played against the West Indies at the MCG. Gave the leg spinner a bit of a flick. Iqbal. He's an older player.
In fact, that MCG wicket did take some turn. Both the leg spinner and the slow left-arm spinner, Sohail, managed to turn the ball sometimes quite alarmingly at the MCG against the West Indies.
He's dropped onto a length pretty quickly, Mushtaq, in that match against the West Indies. Iqbal Sikandar bowled pretty tidily. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. And it's a good start for Mushtaq. India 1 for 65 after 21. Just a few kilometres from the cricket ground and football stadium to the city, as we look out across the grounds. 26 to Jadeja, 23 to Azharuddin. In the commentary box, Richie Benaud and Greg Chappell.
Thank you, Ian. India needing to up the run rate. No one will be more aware of that than their captain, who's at the crease at the moment. He's on 23. Jadeja, who's been there for 21 overs, it's on 26. A run rate of 3, which they have been picking up over the last few overs. Need to be very aware of it. A more orthodox field placing, that may have been trouble. Good afternoon, Richie.
Afternoon, Greg. It's one of the few false strokes Mohammad Azharuddin has played since arriving at the crease here today at the SCG. That gives a clear indication of the way the overs have been going as far as the Indian batsmen are concerned. They've only had one really good over.
Jadeja pushing the ball firmly to mid-on and running, but never in danger.
He was off pretty well straight away. No real problems there. The fielder is quite deep, almost inviting the single.
Azharuddin looking a much more confident player than we saw throughout the main part of the summer, the Test matches and the World Series Cup games. Adelaide was the turning point for him, the 4th Test match. Struck the ball beautifully in that game, continued on in Brisbane last weekend against Australia. Walked out today a much more confident, free-flowing player. Again, kid fairly deep there at mid-on. Jadeja just trying to keep the score ticking over, pushing the singles, getting the strike back to his captain.
That man at mid-on, Aqib Shahbad, will need to be on his toes. He could have a dash at a run out simply by moving a little quicker even before the ball is bowled.
It's another shout, but umpire Shepherd not interested. That's the end of the over. India, after 22 overs, 1 for 69. Ahmed continues. Jadeja stroking the ball better as the innings unfolds. Perhaps his captain's had a chat to him. He's certainly having plenty to say while he's there. This time he's gone a little bit higher and a bit wider. That brings up the 50 partnership between these two. First wicket fell in the 10th over. It's now the 23rd over. 75 balls it's taken them to bring up their 50 partnership, and Jadeja starting to take over the senior role. He's moved along to 34. That was his first boundary. Moin Khan moving very quickly out of the blocks there. Had a very slippery grip on the ball.
You just got to keep your head out there. No point in rushing and not thinking. No one's running.
Just a little bit of indecision from the Indians as well. The Pakistanis actually have looked as though they're the team under pressure. There has been a bit of panic in the field. They've been rushing around, mishandling, throwing poorly. Need to settle down. The run rate had moved up to 3.13 at the start of this over, so Jadeja hasn't done any harm there. He's boosted it even further. Having started off at 5 runs and over, it slowly slipped back. 2.36 at the lowest point. They've now got it up well over 3, heading in the right direction. It was a good over for India, 23 gone, 1 for 77. So Kant not in any good touch at all, 5 from 39 balls, struggled the whole time he was there. Mohammad Azharuddin, on the other hand, walked straight in and started timing the ball beautifully. Took up where he left off against Australia. India has 1 point from the 3 games they have played so far. Pakistan 3 points from their 3 games. They've both had a no result. India with Sri Lanka in Mackay, and Pakistan quite lucky in their game against England in Adelaide last weekend. So there we have it, New Zealand and England at the top of the table. Sri Lanka and West Indies in the top 4. And then the others follow below the line there. So some important matches coming up, not least of all tomorrow, when Australia play England here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Moin Khan, the wicketkeeper. So tomorrow afternoon and evening here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, a 2:20 start for our telecast. Tickets are available from Ticket Tech. Anyone who is interested in coming along. Not quite a do-or-die effort for Australia, but a very important game. Each game now they need to win. England, on the other hand, can perhaps afford a bad one. Imran putting in the long strides out at wide mid-off. Unable to throw properly with his shoulder injury. A bit of pressure on the Pakistan captain.
That's a good indication of just how bad Imran's shoulder is, that he's had to throw it in along the ground, can't get it up above the shoulder, can't get his hand up above the shoulder to throw. So it's a real struggle for the great all-rounder. Just going back to that match here at the SCG tomorrow, that's between England and Australia. Tickets from Ticket Tech, and I can tell you there are just a few reserve seats left, and there is room on the concourse as well, but it's going to be a big crowd. There are just a few reserves left. Phone Ticket Tech if you want to have a go at those, and some room on the concourse, but that has all the portents of being a splendid game of cricket.
3 runs from that over. India moving along quite well at 1 for 80. 24 overs gone. Total of 146 balls. Pakistan have wasted a few. Only the One run. Wasim Akram bowled poorly to start the innings for Pakistan. There were a few wides, a few no balls. Very disappointing performance from him because he's such a fine bowler. Almost as though the pressure was too much for him. He seemed to be striving to bowl too fast. Great deal of experience, 116th one-day game. Great deal of ability as well as his experience. Didn't use either of them this afternoon. Jadeja getting more and more confidence, looking more and more impressive as the innings goes on, giving very good support to his captain, doing the job that he was chosen for. He's put in there to try and get India away to a good start and to keep it going. He's done it in very fine fashion. The captain decides that he needs a bit of help. Just the one bounce into the side screen.
That's as perfect a placement as you'll find. And as was the case with Jadeja, the footwork was quite magnificent. That was Mohammad Azharuddin. Straight down the ground, could hardly have been much straighter. The footwork taking him to the pitch of the ball, same way as Jadeja was down driving on the onside, the previous delivery. Footwork is of tremendous importance.
Mushtaq Ahmed coming under a bit of pressure. Mohammad Azharuddin taking quite a risk with his hit down the ground. Two men back, one at mid-off and one at mid-on, but able to split the difference. They've decided that the spinner has to go. That's out. He's caught behind, trying to cut it very fine and very hard. Mushtaq Ahmed comes back the best way possible. He takes a wicket of the Indian captain, Mohammad Azharuddin.
Well, that's the first time I've seen Mushtaq Ahmed really put any work on the ball out there. He's been rolling it out. That one he gave a real tweak. And it spun a little and jumped as well. Got a thick top edge. It's pretty well held by the keeper. It wasn't an easy catch because of the extra bounce. And that is a vital wicket for Pakistan. Mushtaq Ahmed takes it, and it's 2 for 86.
Young player with a great reputation. He's played 8 matches, only one in this World Cup series. He made 3 against England. Has a higher score of 40, a career average of 32 and a strike rate of 60, so he's a very promising young batsman. Cambly is a left-handed batsman. He will be at the non-striker's end, as that was the last ball of Ahmed's over. Jadeja back on strike. So India were moving along pretty well until Mushtaq Ahmed was able to get one to bounce and turn against Azharuddin.
It was a good ball. Mentioned earlier, it was the first one I've seen him really give a tweak to. Rather an unusual method of taking the ball there by the keeper. It was a pretty good catch because of the extra bounce, but he had his head slightly turned away there. Well, these two fellas should run well between the wickets. They're two of the younger brigade. Jadeja, introduced to India's World Cup squad. And Cambly, the youngster we were talking about a little earlier, is having a few years ago shared that world record partnership with Tendulkar. More than 600 runs in that partnership. Well, it's a different class of cricket from there to now in the World Cup. He's a left-hander with plenty of strokes.
We see from stump vision, Vinod Cambly taking guard, high to the bowler.
Just another look at Moin taking that catch of Azharuddin. Just watch his head. Well, he may have been expecting it to go somewhere else, but it went into the centre of his gloves. That's all you can do. Has 2 catches today.
So Cambly, just the 1 innings in the World Series Cup so far. He was in the side against Sri Lanka at Mackay, but that game was washed out with only 2 balls bowled. So hasn't had too many opportunities so far in the World Cup Series, but here's a great chance for him. Spent a bit of time at the crease. He struck that fairly well. Zaman Al-Haq and the Covers had a little bit of bad luck trying to field it.
Wasn't quite what you'd call bending one's back. It was nicely timed.
Bit of bat on to pad. 3 runs from the over. India are 2 for 89. Quite cloudy here today in Sydney, but still very pleasant if you're sailing out on the harbour. One of the great sights around the world, Sydney Harbour, surrounded by the city and the suburbs. Obviously quite a few people with an afternoon to go and enjoy sailing on the Sydney Harbour.
Come on, Chaudhary. Come on, Chaudhary. इसको एक भी करने देना इधर. जगहों के लेकर इधर.
It's a wide, takes the score along to 90.
That's quite a good call from Peter McConnell. Ball speared down as top spinner outside leg stump, so it was angled even further away. Perhaps there's no great understanding out there between the 2 batsmen. The bowler, Mushtaq Ahmed, is an interesting character. He's come into the side a year or so ago to bowl leg spin. Looks to me as though he's changed his bowling action in the meantime. And he still has that extraordinary follow-through, which takes him pretty much straight down the pitch.
Mushtaq Ahmed is pegging the Indians back. Took the wicket of the Indian captain last over. Bowled a very tight over here, and that's his record in World Cup matches, just the 3 games. And the 1 wicket. This is in the air, there's a fieldsman back, but he may not be far enough back. It's over the top of the fieldsman, into the fence for 4. That's the end of the over. India are 2 for 94. 2 for 94, 27 overs gone. Jadeja on 43 and playing well, living dangerously. Cambly has only just joined him. He's still finding his feet and his timing. Srikanth and Azharuddin are the men out. Cambly gets the gap. Sohail fielding down there. Cambly's got a wristy, flowing style. Holds the bat up around about chest high, makes Graham Gooch look like he's bent over. And he delivers it with some power.
Looks as though he's using a short-handle bat with 1 or 2 extra thicknesses of grip on it. Not quite as thick as Clive Lloyd's bat handle, but not far off.
Moin Khan has had a fairly interesting day behind the stumps. A little bit more work to do here, just off the thigh pad. Really acrobatic behind the stumps, Moin Khan. A lot of activity, a lot of movement. He's taken 2 catches. It's a no ball. Pakistan have given India quite a few extras. They're pushing it for the second run. That's no ball and 2 runs. Just a little bit of risk creeping into the Indian effort there at the moment. Jadeja throwing himself into his work. Went down quick, but he was back on the feet very quickly as well. A fair bit of urgency about the Indian effort there at the moment. Pakistan captain just a little bit disappointed with his fielders. Jadeja has taken some risks in the last few overs. Not least of all at the end of the last over, the last ball of Mushtaq Ahmed's over. He decided to go over the top with 2 fieldsmen back. Wasim Akram was the fieldsman at mid-on. He was quite a way in. Obviously felt the fence was a lot closer than it really was. Cambly getting into the act now. A short delivery from Haider. And Zamam Al-Haq. That's good ground. 2 runs to Cambly there. Increase in activity now as the Indians try and boost their run rate. They're doing it by taking some risks, but so far so good. There's the man Jadeja, who's been there for the 27.5 overs, and he's largely responsible for the fact that they've got the run rate up to 3.62. He and Azharuddin. It's in the air, it's a half volley. He's claiming the catch. Nobody's really looked at the umpire. The umpires are conferring. David Shepherd, just to the naked eye, it looked to me as though it was a straight half volley. But the umpires have confirmed. Quite confident that the ball carried. Jadeja obviously had a different view of it than the Pakistan fielders, and umpire Peter McConnell, who was at square leg. It's a good piece of fielding. He's got forward. It could well have been a half volley if he hadn't been as agile in coming forward. Got the hands under it. He's come up with the catch. Just so confident it was a catch, he didn't even bother to appeal. India 3 for 101.
These low catches with players diving forward and slightly sideways. Well, Peter McConnell could not have had a more perfect view of that. He was just away to the fielder's right-hand side.
Yes, the angle was pretty good for Peter McConnell. He wouldn't have been inconvenienced at all, and he was obviously happy when umpire David Shepherd walked across to check with him. No hesitation. So Mushtaq Ahmed has put in a couple of very good overs, 3 overs in a row, including the wicket of Mohammad Azharuddin. Has slowed the progress of India down. He comes to the end of his 5th over. 2 runs from the over, 3 for 103. 29 overs gone. India 3 for 103. We have a change in commentators. Simon O'Donnell and David Gower moving.
Thank you, Greg. And it's Wasim Haider to continue from the Rambik end, bowling to the new batsman Sachin Tendulkar, who's arrived at the crease and is now 1 not out. Tendulkar, a man who's shown a lot of talent in Australia over the last 3 or 4 months. Prolific young player, lovely stylist, very good stroke maker, very savage on anything short. That's his World Cup so far. 35 against England, 11 against Australia. He'll be looking to do a lot better than that here today at the SCG against Pakistan. And after 29 overs and 1 ball, India scoring, and 2 balls, India scoring at 3.51. An averagely acceptable rate, which they'll be looking to up over the next 20 overs. And remember, at Brisbane, they're chasing runs against Australia. They managed to score at over 7 and over to get so close to victory. Tendulkar off looking for 2, and he's coming back. Will make it comfortably. The fielder at deep square leg, Sahel. Very quick over 22 yards there, Sachin Tendulkar, putting pressure on the fielder.
Good pressure there. That's the sort of stuff India need at this stage to keep that run rate ticking over. Batsmen running aggressively between the wickets. They can add another 15 or 20 onto their total with good aggressive running. The ball's been placed in the right area. Got to take risks in one-day cricket, and Sachin Tendulkar's led off very well.
Just have a look at the way India have been scoring their runs today against Pakistan. 1 big over there in the middle, 12 runs off the over. By and large, the Pakistanis kept control over the first 18 overs, no more than 5 and over there. And recently, as the Indians have been increasing the pace, a couple of wickets have gone down, but the runs have started to flow a bit. Even so, the last couple of overs, only 2 runs apiece. Well stopped mid-wicket. Zahid Fazal, the man who caught Jadeja. Fine, low, tumbling catch. And here he is tumbling again, saving the single. End of the over, and India 3 for 105.
Now, Sachin Tendulkar, excuse me, bit of a boy wonder, as you might say in India. Where did he come from?
He came up from the ranks. He started to do well at the schools level, both he and Vinod Kambli. And India has a very good system of spotting talent at that age. You have the under-16 tournaments, you have the under-19 tournaments, there's inter-school, inter-college tournaments. So the young cricketer gets every opportunity to show his skill and come up to the top.
And we're really seeing the elite here now, as we go back now live to Sydney.
Mushtaq the bowler, Kambli the batsman, pushed out to long off. Comfortable one and a very uncomfortable throw. And there we have the view from the top of the MLC building. The ferry coming back from Manly.
A lot of excitement here. The SCG crowd expecting Sachin Tendulkar to really show his class. It's a magnificent summer here during the Test match series against Australia. the one-day internationals, triangular one-day internationals. Really looking for his first good score in a World Cup.
Come on, come on.
Nicely placed, one more run, square on the offside. Tendulkar ever alert, the quick single. Just using the spin there to guide it into the gap. Mushtaq's been pretty accurate today. Leg spinner's always run the risk of erring in length and line, but he's held it together well. 6 overs so far, in his 6th over now, 26 runs. Camley gives himself room. There's a man out at deep cover. Sweeping up in the outfield.
Very positive out there, Camley, today. And I feel very much at home batting with his young mate, Tendulkar.
Come on, escape.
4 off the over. Gentle misfield. But India now 3 for 109. Victorian captain and a former England captain. I think I recognise them both. And this is what we do when we're at work. This is what Haider does when he's at work. Coming into bowl to Sachin Tendulkar. This will be Wasim Haider's final over. He's bowled his 10 overs straight off. So far 9 overs, 1 for 33. Which will be good enough as far as his captain's concerned. Sachin Tendulkar, still a young man, still inexperienced in one-day internationals. And still very quick between wickets.
Certainly is very quick between the wickets, but at 18 years of age, there's not many international cricketers that had played 35 one-day internationals. He's got 8 50s in those 35 matches. A very tidy average of 32.58. A very tidy strike rate of 74.6.
Camley opening his shoulders there. He was eyeing a spot somewhere over long on.
So he did open the shoulders a little bit there. Mid on up. He felt there was an opportunity of going over the top, not being able to get enough bat on it, enough elevation. Straight to Imran Khan at mid-on.
And this one's beaten him. Camley eyeing the onside up. And not really paying attention to the fact that this ball was angled across to the offside.
I think there's could be a major problem with Camley's stance. The reason he is standing up so high is got that much gold around his neck. I think if he did bend over, he'd just keep going.
There's one there. Easy single, just a moment's hesitation between the two batsmen. They'll give Sachin Tendulkar in the World Cup. So far, an average of 26 won't be keeping him happy. His talent is worth far more than that. End of the over. Haider 1 for 36. India 3 for 112. $18 overs left for India. They'll be looking for something in excess of 200. Certainly 220, 240 would be the sort of target they'd like to look at. Tendulkar pulling this just slightly short from Mushtaq, pulls it away to deep mid wicket. Inzamam's the fielder.
Shot slightly short, and that's what we think is the reason that Kembley stands up very straight in his stance. He may fall over.
Well, he's fallen back slightly there. He's given himself room. Played the ball out square on the offside. Again, 1 run. Again, the fielder will huck. He must be a big fan of Mr. T or someone, I think. Vinod Kambli. Certainly a very valuable looking player there.
Very valuable.
Lovely deflection from Tendulkar. It's gone down very quickly to long leg, and they'll get 3 for this. Kambli coming back. 5 runs off the first 3 balls of this over.
Always seems to be that little bit more excitement in the Indian batting, a little bit more urgency when a young man like, and with the ability of Sachin Tendulkar, comes to the wicket. He hasn't been there for long, and it's just that more urgency. The running between the wickets is quicker. 2 batsmen have a very good understanding with each other.
Kambli again looking to come back for the second. But Sohail at square leg comes in very quickly with a good throw to Moeen Khan, the wicketkeeper. And of course these 2 young men aged 18 and 20, they should be capable of running well between the wickets. And a productive over there for India, 7 off the over, which leaves them at 3 for 119 at the end of the 33rd. And this is Amir Sohail, slow left arm, bowled against the West Indies at the MCG. When Pakistan were in somewhat more trouble than they are here today at the SCG. On that occasion, bowled 6 overs to 35. Fairly expensive. Let's hope he doesn't do it today.
It's a difficult time to come in and bowl. Left arm spinner, 2 batsmen pushing the singles around, looking now to increase the run rate for India. Have a good middle part of the game, which is very important. Hold their wickets together, but still score in the vicinity of 5 and 6 and over. So Amir Sohail has a very difficult task here. You can only obviously do your best.
Kambli trying to give himself room there, looking to aim through the offside, looking to be aggressive. They'll turn this one behind square. They'll look for 2, and they're going to come back for 2. They're going to make it comfortably, and Moeen Khan again, he's not enjoying his day behind the stumps, I think it's safe to say. He turns his head away from that one again as the ball comes in on the bounce.
Difficult one for Moeen Khan. Pakistan made, I think, an obvious decision that to throw the ball low and bounce it to the keeper. I'm not too happy about them.
Of course, the art with throwing in from the deep is either to try and get the ball immediately over the top of the stumps, that's plan A. If the fielder's going to bounce the ball in, it's got to be bouncing short enough to be a comfortable height for the keeper to take. These half volleys and not the sort of things that keepers want. Tendulkar taking a blow on the back of the leg there as they turn down the chance of a single. Always make sure you get in between the ball and the stumps. End of the over, India 3 for 122. It's going to be Wasim Akram returning. He bowled 4 overs in his first spell, slightly wayward. Had a lot of trouble again with direction. Too many wides. At the end of his first 4-over spell, no wickets for 17, including 5 wides there, and 2 no balls. So he'll be hoping to eradicate the wides and the no balls now. He'll be bowling to Sachin Tendulkar. India's current run rate there, 3.58. They'll need to up that somewhat. Pakistani captain Imran Khan just setting his field, marshalling his troops. Imran, a very experienced captain, very vital component. He's been missing from the Pakistan side throughout this World Cup. It's the first game he's played, oh, so it's the second game he's played, excuse me. Played against Zimbabwe. And Akram comes in. Well, no problems with accuracy there. Right on the mark. Tendulkar forward, defensively, and no run.
Good move from Imran Khan here, with Akram being used for only 4 overs in his initial spell. He's probably got 2 or 3 overs here to try and break through this middle order of the Indian batting with his major strike bowler. So he's in a good situation. He wouldn't have been happy with Akram's initial spell, but he now has the opportunity to make up those early errors, and Khan will be very hopeful he can do that for his country.
Imran Khan has a little shuffling of his bowlers to do. Imran himself has bowled 6 overs. And they'll take an easy one there. Misfield. That's Mushtaq at point. Not getting his hands cleanly on the ball, and they're not very happy with himself for giving away that single. There we are, you see the Pakistani bowling figures. Akib Javid has 4 left, Imran has 4 left, Mushtaq has 3 if required, Amir Sohail won't need to bowl 9. A very quick delivery there from Akram, no apparent effort. This is one of his great talents, Wasim Akram. He arrives at the crease so easily, very quick arm action, and it's just pace that has got past Sachin Tendulkar there.
Yes, that's definitely a strong point. He does get to the wicket very easily, and that very sharp movement of the front arm drags it down quickly, gets that left arm over, and can generate enormous pace. Sachin Tendulkar not happy with something behind the side screen, but we'll continue on now.
Salim Malik at mid-wicket. In fact, as you saw Wasim Akram starting his run there was an Indian supporter with a flag walking just across behind the sight screen, distracting Sachin Tendulkar. One thing I will say, though, is that when you're facing anyone like Wasim Akram, your concentration is fully on the bowler, or certainly should be. And even people waving flags like that, he's not a very clever man, that I have to say. He's an Indian supporter, a true Indian supporter. One thing he could do for Sachin Tendulkar's benefit is move well away from that screen and wave that flag somewhere completely differently.
I'm going to have to say, David, it's the first Indian supporter I've seen waving a Pakistan flag.
He's obviously an undercover agent. India now 3 for 125. And this is 1 run. course,
name
is
that flag.
the Pakistani flag. We're getting the hang of this now. And I'm afraid I've got absolutely no clue at all what the red, green and white one was, nor have I got a clue what the green with the red circle is. And perhaps anyone would like to phone in later and let us know. We'd be very grateful. Sorry, don't phone in. Back to more serious matters, and Amir Sohail doing a very good job here. Slow left arm spin containing these two young Indian batsmen.
Yes, he's frustrating Cambley. He's bowling at the stumps. The odd ball is turning, which is making it difficult for the batsman. India will really be looking at increasing that run rate at the moment at 3.54. It's really time to turn on the heat.
Interesting call from David Shepherd.
India have been sitting on that run rate for 7 or 8 overs, and it's very important here in the middle. From 3 wickets down, they increase that a little. I would like to see it build, but they've been pretty stagnant for 7 overs.
Well, Cambley down the wicket again this time and lofting it down towards long on. The Indians do need a bit more than that. In fact, the highest their run rate's been has only been 3.6 at any stage during the innings. Beautiful shot. Lovely, delicate late glance, late cut. Over 2 runs. Little confusion there again, looking for the third. But at the end of the over, India 3 for 132. India 3 for 132 after 35 overs. There'll be a change in the commentary box with Ian Chappell and Bill Lorry.
Thank you, David. It wasn't Akram. Too quick for the young left-hander and the wicket-keeper as well. As India need to really press on here with 7 wickets in hand, and Pakistan have done very well in the last overs. They've bowled a pretty good line and fielded well inside the circle. So we see that ball actually swinging back, and the wicketkeeper Moin Khan making a mess of it. So the pressure's on both teams. This is the 37th over, so there's plenty of batting left for India as Wasim Akram gets some attention there from Sohail at mid-off. But really, these two young batting stars to play some shots, find the boundary, and not panic. And look at the non-striker's end. And good evening, Ian Chappell.
Good afternoon, Bill. Yes, Cambley pretty late on that previous delivery from Wasim Akram. He caught up with that one, but the one before he was very late. He's going to keep swinging and missing like that. The wicketkeeper will need an overcoat. Ball was virtually in the keeper's gloves when the bat was coming down.
Swinging and missing, and he's troubled here by the pass. It's pretty obvious with that high back lift. Wasim Akram's getting right through him before the bat comes down. And he really flashed at that one. It was quite wide.
Yes, he's a bit too quick for him when he really lets one go. Wasim Akram wouldn't be all that thrilled about his bowling today, though. Certainly his first spell, he was wayward, quite a few wides.
No ball, and that was a fine shot. Attempted Yorker possibly. Hit it right off the meat of the bat. He's coming back for the third. He's sent back by his partner. Running off a no ball. That was a fine shot. Hit straight through the line, not on the ground. Superbly timed.
So he was coming back for a third there. and was probably going to make it. Surprisingly, Tendulkar was the man who didn't want the third. He normally runs pretty quickly and well. The fieldsman was actually making the throw on the turn, so it wasn't a strong throw.
Beats him again. It's too quick, a little bit of movement away.
Moin Khan is, I'd say he's got finger problems at the moment. He copped one on the end of the finger earlier in the over, and I think now he's conscious of it and he's trying to make sure that it doesn't get hit.
Well, the extra yard of pace here, troubling this young batting star from India. Really not coming to terms with the quick arm action of Wasim Akram. Far too late. Pretty good over. Good comeback by Wasim Akram. 3 for 134. A warm, overcast afternoon in Sydney. So Hale pulled away. He's a beautiful puller. Sachin Tendulkar, as soon as it's a fraction short, he rocks back onto the back foot. That's why he's going to be a great player. He's certainly a fine back foot player on the off or onside.
Realising that there was a man at mid-wicket and a man at long on, the area he wanted to go was in the direction of mid-wicket. Imran Khan is there, so he decided to go over Imran's head.
This time he cuts on the offside. Could well be four again. That's superb batting by this young star. And when boundaries are needed, he's changed the line of the bowl by pulling the first ball over mid-wicket. It's wide of off stump and he cuts beautifully.
It's a bit easier facing this left arm bowling than the stuff at the other end. About 80 mile an hour difference in pace.
Oh, he throws, he'll be overthrows here shortly. Yes, silly cricket. The pressure applied now by the Indian batsman. That was foolish play by backward point. There was never a run out on there. Concedes the overthrow.
Mushtaq was the man at backward point, and he had him if he'd hit. So really it was the bowler at fault. He should have been behind the stumps in a position to take the throw.
Nice placement. Beats mid-wicket. They look for two. Happy with the single. So there's a bit happening here at the Sydney Cricket Ground now. In the 38th, they need to lift their run rate. They have 7 wickets in hand, India. Sachin Tendulkar, the bright star of this summer. The bat really has given us a lot of pleasure in the Test and One-Day Internationals. Made a magnificent century here on the Sydney Cricket Ground in the Test match. It was all class. .148 not out in that Test match. Three for 144. Pakistan need wickets. A new batsman to the crease. 6 for 20 in his first spell. He was quite tidy. It's charged and they get a single.
This will be interesting to see how Imran goes in the second spell. He's got a shoulder problem. He's had pain-killing injections for the game so that he could play. And the hard part, I would imagine, would be bowling, getting warm, and then cooling down and having to come back again. He was doing a few exercises in that last over while Sohail was bowling. But it won't be easy for a man of almost 40 to come back with a shoulder injury.
Benson Hedges World Cup champion competition is a competition where a player will be chosen from all the teams competing in the World Cup. The prize is a magnificent new Nissan ZX Nissan sports car. There it is, it's a ripper. Great design, advanced technology, functional beauty, beautiful car to drive. Well, there's a chance of a run out short if he hits, gets back. Imran not behind the stumps, that was fair enough, didn't have much time. That was very, very close.
As Camberley was charging, good piece of work there by Sohail to throw on the turn, and they had him either way with a direct hit, or if Imran had hit them, Imran just didn't have time to get back to the stumps.
Yes, the Benson Hedges World Cup champion will win that magnificent motor car, the new 300 ZX Nissan sports car. Some wonderful competitions throughout the year. 24 valve, 3 litre, magnificent motor car. The competition is wide open. It's early days yet in the World Cup. There'll be plenty of great individual efforts before this series is over. It's a nice shot, but doesn't beat Malik at mid-wicket. So Imran Khan just putting on the brakes by bowling a very good line. Years of experience, and great all-round cricketer. Just one run off the over, 3 for 145. The leg spinner who bowled very well in his first spell, I thought. 7 overs, 1 for 35. The wicket of Mohammad Azharuddin, who's in great touch. He comes on from the Randwick end to the left-hander. He hasn't played him all that well. This time he plays the glide, gets away.
That's a very good shot, realising that the man was fairly fine at backward point. Just got back and glided it very fine, almost out of the keeper's gloves.
Imran not happy with the fielder, so he makes a change. Javed comes into the circle in that position, protecting the late cut or glide. Chip in the air, there's a man out there who's getting under it. Al-Haq does the job, good bowling, poor selection of shot, but that's good effort by the leg spinner, keeping the ball up under pressure. A very valuable wicket for Pakistan.
Yes, the captain has got a lot of faith in his leg spinner. Mushtaq coming back. We're into the 40th over. And that's what happens with leg spinners. If you're in the right, if you can get the team into the right position, put a few outfielders out, when they're trying to score quickly, it can be very difficult, as Camberley has found out. India 4 for 147.
Tendulkar with the batsman on strike. They ran through as that stroke was played. Just the single. It's a very good over.
It's important for the leg spinner to keep the ball up. That's how he got rid of the left-hander, Camberley, keeping the ball up and forcing him to, if he wanted to score quickly, to hit into the outfield. And that's where the leg spinner can be of real value. The ball's turning a bit. It's not quite so easy to place the ball where you want, as Camberley found out there. Ball not going where he wanted.
Oh, he's got him, bowled him, first ball, Mandrake, a clean bowl by Mushtaq. A fine piece of bowling and great captaincy by Imran Khan here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yes, he showed a lot of courage in bringing the leg spinner back on. The hierarchy, the Pakistan hierarchy, thought that the ball would spin here a little bit. And just the little bit of turn there got the underneath edge back onto the stumps. So 2 wickets in the 1 over from Mushtaq. Good bowling. Mandraker is out for a duck, and in the 40th over, India are 5 for 148.
And Mustak has done a great job for his team with his leg breaks, picked up 2 wickets.
Mandraker was the second of the 2 wickets in the over, getting the underneath edge onto leg stump. He followed Cambley, who was caught in the outfield. Mandraker looks so good in Brisbane against the Australians. And then he's out first ball for a duck.
Capel almost drags it on as well, gets an inside edge and it races down to fine leg for a single. Capel, who scored 21 off 21 balls faced at the Gabba, looking for the big drive, got the inside edge and he was very lucky to survive.
Just enough turn there to trouble the batsman. May have been the wrong in that one.
End of a fine over. 2 wickets, 5 for 149. After 40 overs, India 5 for 149. They're in trouble here at the Sydney Cricket Ground 1 fields. Seems to be a good batting strip. There's some turn there, but the batsmen have played some nice shots off the back foot. As Kapil Dev takes guard against Imran Khan, 2 of the world's great all-rounders. 4 points to Imran. He's backed his spinners here. He didn't have to bowl Mustak at previous over. He brought him back to bowl his 8th over. And he picked up 2 wickets, and they're fine figures, 3 for 39 off 8. And he's only 5 wickets down for 150. 4 points to the captain. He's bowling well. 7.1 overs, no wicket for 22, just 1 off his last over. Tendulkar pulls. Kapil coming back for the second.
Kapil Dev up against Imran Khan. That strike rate is the important thing to look at there. 94.4 per 100 balls received.
Nicely played. Yes, considering he comes in low down the order as well in one-day internationals, he's batting in the final 10 overs on most occasions. His average is quite good also. He's scoring at a run a ball almost and averaging 25, just the 100, that's understandable, and 14 50s, so he's made a lot of 20s and 30s and 40s in those 185 matches. He's been at the crease 168 times, not out 36, 3,364 runs. A great record, a fine bowler, a great cricketer.
Yes, he's a magnificent all-rounder, Kapil Dev, the man with the Omar Sharif looks, around the eyes in particular. Looks like the actor and bridge player. And that's his World Cup performance. 175, his top score against Zimbabwe, coming in when India were 5 for 17 at the time. And they needed all of those 175 to win the game.
Well bowled, and Imran Khan not giving the batsman any width here at all. He's a magnificent all-rounder. It's a great moment when you see 2 great cricketers competing against each other. A vital time of the match. Kapil Dev's 2, Tendulkar's 30. It's 5 for 153. Fine over, 5 for 153. The 41 over stage, a 5 for 153. Tendulkar 30 off 39, a fine short knock again. And Kapil Dev 2 off 5. The run rate still struggling at 3.731 fields. That's not enough here against a good batting lineup of Pakistan. And what appears to be a good pitch. Imran there trying to stay fit in the stretching exercises. Mustak Ahmed, the leg spinner, to bowl his 9th over to Sachin Tendulkar. Nicely played and well judged single.
Realising that Imran Khan has shoulder problems, playing that ball away to his right. He can't throw powerfully. He can only throw with an underarm style throw.
Sydney Cricket Ground does give assistance to spinners. We're seeing Raju bowl well here this season. He'll be bowling later this evening. And Mushtaq Ahmed doing a great job. He's a quickish leggy. He pushes the ball through. Stump vision showing coming in there. Right arm over the wicket.
One fizzing on and just staying down a little. That's why Tendulkar missed it. Hitting over the top of it. It's a good spot for top spinners, Sydney.
That's beautifully bowled, twice in a row. Opened the face there, Sachin Tendulkar. Almost paid the ultimate penalty, almost an edge.
That ball spinning quite sharply, and you see on that occasion it really bounced.
Nice shot, but just the single. It's a fine piece of bowling under pressure. Mushtaq, he's not panicking, he's bowling a good line, round about off stump, really as he strayed down the leg side. Just pulled once over mid-wicket, but generally it's been a very tidy spell. It's well hit and beautifully placed. That's why he's one of the all-time greats. Kapil Dev hitting over cover for 4. 5 for 160. Magnificent shot by Kapil Dev, over cover, hitting with the spin. And that's what it's all about. We saw Ravi Shastri do that in the test match here, hit inside out, and that was a glorious shot from the great all-rounder.
This is a wonderful timer. That was a pretty good shot because the ball spun and spun quite sharply. But by just using quick footwork and just coming out that pace, he almost got to it on the half volley. He knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. And he is one of the sweet timers of a cricket ball, Kapil Dev.
Wasim Akram back into the attack. Shortly, our Adelaide viewers will be losing us for their National 9 News and a current affair. It's well placed. No look for 2, so it's 5 for 162. It's time to say goodbye to our viewers in Adelaide, who will join us when Pakistan will begin their run chase. Goodbye for now. Well, Wasim Akram, the quickest of the Pakistan bowlers, will try and get through maybe Kapil Dev with his pace. Tendulkar's been there a while for his 34, he should be set. It's got to be a wide, not called. And by Peter McConnell been a little bit lenient today, compared with his counterpart David Shepherd, who's been spot on at square leg. Once or twice Peter McConnell's allowed 1 or 2 to sneak through, but not David Shepherd. He's been right on the ball.
Really is a beautiful player off the back foot, Tendulkar, even up against Akram's pace. Quickly onto the back foot and with no fuss or bother hit that one away beautifully through the offside.
Yes, he's a joy to watch. His partner will be tested here by the pace of Wasim Akram. He goes after him and clubs it down the mid-off. Just the single. Desperate overs now for India. It's not enough. 5 for 164. Great all-rounder. Have a look at that strike rate. 94.4. 222 wickets. Economy rate's good of 62 and an average of 25. Magnificent figures. His batting average and his bowling average almost the same. magnificent career record from a great cricketer.
Wasim Akram coming around the wicket now to Tendulkar.
Oh, beautifully played. You have to say that all the great players have been back foot players. I mean, the really great players. Sunil Gavaskar, this young man, beautifully balanced off the back foot.
Yes, he's got batting nicely under control, Sachin Tendulkar. He's a good cricket thinker. Beautiful timer of the ball.
It's well struck. In fact, it's well placed too. They pick up 2 through mid-wicket. So Kapil Dev once again scoring a runner ball when it's needed. They should be looking for the extra one. Here they are. And that's intelligent cricket by Sachin Tendulkar. He's only 18. He saw the wild throw. It was a quick call. So 3 off that final delivery. 43rd over is completed. It's 5 for 168. 5 for 168 as Greg Chappell and Tony Glegg take up the commentary.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, the lights on here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Oh, that's it high. This could be out. Will it be 6? It's a big one. Over the top for 6. Kapil Dev opening his shoulders and smashing that one over the top of extra cover. Lovely, sweet hit that was.
Not the easiest shot to play, over cover. It's a long boundary out there to the Brawangal stand. It's gone 5 or 6 rows back and he's put it down.
Got between himself and the stumps, which is what they tend to do in situations like this. Although I don't think this was done on purpose. That's the 6, magnificently timed shot. And yes, he does put it down. 5 rows back. That's going to be fruitful for him too. This gets India up to 4 and over for the first time in this innings. And Dev now starting to turn it on. Another 3 for him. In the air, but wide of the fieldsman. Just did very well to stop that. Hyder down at long on, diving away to his right.
Tendulkar getting in the act. Hyder makes a valiant attempt here. He actually gets a hand to it. Saved a certain 4. You couldn't put that down as one that should have been taken. He just gets the hand to it before the ball hits the ground. Sachin Tendulkar has signalled his intentions. It's one short and wide of off stump. He's such a good player of the pull shot that he wanted that to go on the leg side, but lack of bounce defeating him.
That's Mushtaq's last ball. His figures 3 for 59 and India 5 for 181. 6 overs to go now, 5 for 181. Tendulkar and Dev both really going to turn it on now. And Dev has the strike. Akram going round the wicket to him.
Kapil Dev having trouble picking that one up. It was meant to be a full length. Well, it was very full. Went past him on the full. And Kapil just being beaten there by the little bit of drift as it moved away to the offside. The lights are on here at the SCG. It's been quite dull with a lot of cloud cover around.
So well bowled. You can't bowl not much better than that, right up in the block hole. The umpire having a little talk to him again about that popping crease. He's been no-balled a few times. Right up in the block hole, that one. So the lights are on here because it is just a little bit dull. Playing conditions in the Benson Hedges World Cup allow the umpires to call for the lights at any stage. Another good delivery, and well played by Dev too. That swung back into him quite sharply.
Kapil Dev is well aware of just how good the bowling from Wasim Akram is. Full length in line with the stumps. Kapil Dev is good enough, as we saw, to hit them over the boundary. Very hard to hit them over the boundary from that length.
Yes, and it looks now as if he's going to concentrate on over-pitching rather than under-pitching. He's aware of how good Tendulkar in particular is at pulling the ball. Anything slightly short, he plays beautifully. They've got a man down at square leg. He's down there waiting for anything that's pulled in the air from Tendulkar. Is on strike now. He's also there to cover that boundary.
.42 runs to Tendulkar, but he's 40 and 50 balls, so he's got his runs in pretty quick time. 42 and 51 balls, a strike rate of 82. Been a very important innings for India.
Straight to backward point. 5 off the over, and it's also 5 for 186. Well, it's almost 5:45 in the evening here in Sydney, and perhaps it's appropriate that we should welcome our viewers in England watching this telecast through Sky Sports. Around about breakfast time for you. That's the situation here. Aqib Jod, who opened the bowling earlier with Wasim Akram, and bowled very well too. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. He's being brought back into the attack now to finish off his spell. There his figures are. Very economical. Right off the meat of the bat. Just 1 to Dev.
Kapil's a very fine striker of the ball. 24 runs, including 1 4 and 1 6. 17 balls from his 24 runs. Played an important innings in Brisbane last weekend against Australia, and he's come in and given good support to Tendulkar this evening.
Very, very important game for Pakistan. If they win this match, having played 3, they wouldn't have won 2, and they had a no result as well, so that'll take them on to 5 points, which is right up there amongst the 4 sides that will be qualifying for the semi-finals. Had no result in their match against England in Adelaide. They've beaten Zimbabwe and the West Indies. In fact, the West Indies won by 10 wickets in that match, that first match against them. They've beaten Zimbabwe, no result against England, and now this very important match against the Indians. Oh, and there's the slower ball. That's the one that's been used so effectively by the Australians, and a lot of the other sides now beginning to copy that slow ball. Hard to adjust.
Aqib just lets that one roll out. absolutely mesmerised Sachin Tendulkar. He could see it. He wanted to hit it, didn't quite know how to go about it.
And again, that's a slower one. He's hit this one high in the air. Will he be out? It'll be 6. Over the top she goes. A magnificent blow. That was also a slower ball. Well, he's a quick learner. He didn't know what to do with the one before. This one he's hit out of the ground.
He was obviously in two minds before. He didn't know whether to hit it for 4 or 6. So he decided 6 was the one. In fact, it seems to have landed in defence. And in fact, David Shepherd now is changing his signal. It didn't go over the fence at all. It hit the top of the fence and stayed back inside the field of play. It was a very good hit because it's a long way down to that mid-on boundary. It's actually hit into the fence between the two signs.
Isn't so quite correct to umpire Shepherd there, changing that signal. It's got to go over the top of the fence here. Good shot too, through extra cover, that area covered, the sweepers down there. Dev turning and coming back for the second. 9 runs for that one, 5 for 195. His 9th over, no wicket for 34, his figures. Tendulkar on 49 now. And on strike. No ball called, and that's his 50. 50 or 57 balls. He's a lovely little batsman to watch.
Very accomplished player, Sachin Tendulkar. 3 4s, almost a 6. Strike rate of 87.7 in very entertaining cricket.
She's mixed him up a little bit as well as Wasim Akram. Just a bit slower, that one outside off stump, and Dev struggling to pick up the pace. I must say he's bowled a lot better around the wicket. Good ball again, that one quicker. Dug in a little deeper and bounced up. Dev going through what he should have done.
You can see the seam standing upright there on that ball. In fact, it even came back to him upright. And that's why the ball is ducking around. The previous delivery left, pitched around middle stump and went away to the off. That one pitched around off stump and came into the body of Kapil Dev. So some good bowling from Wasim Akram.
Very nearly came back for the second, which would have been disastrous. In any event, the single gives them their 50 partnership. 50 partnership in just 43 balls.
India appeared to be losing their way when Mushtaq Ahmed took 2 wickets in an over. Mandrake first ball.
Hasn't quite middled it. One bounce to the long on fieldsman and just 1 run too. Yes, I think he was trying to get that one away just a little squarer. The ball just rushing onto him a little bit. It's a deceptive bowler, Wasim Akram.
Sohail is the fielder down at mid-on. He started to come in and then realised that he wasn't going to get there and decided that safety first was the way to go. So 199 now, India. 3 overs after this.
So 6 runs off the over, and that also brings up the 200. 5 wickets down. Welcome back, 5 for 201. Tendulkar and Dev.
the view from the MLC building in the city, looking southeast of the city towards the Sydney Cricket Ground. The football stadium on the left with the roller coaster shaped roof. And the lights on, of course. Just coming up to 6 o'clock here. No daylight saving, so it's starting to get dark.
Another slow one, and again it's pulled away down towards the boundary, and this time into the fence. Dev really latching onto that one, and Aqib Javed just a little frustrated there. It's very, very tense in the centre at the moment.
It's the slower ball, it's on the full. Kapil Dev hits it away to left field.
Tendulkar looking for two, back he comes. Good running, and very close to for Dev. Tendulkar was very, very quick. And Dev was the one who was tested at the end of the day. I think the Pakistanis realised that they've got a better chance getting him.
Imam Al is the fielder down at mid-on, and it's a brilliant throw. It looked like Tendulkar was going to the danger end. Kapil Dev realised, in fact, that he was. The throw beats him comfortably, but Kapil Dev makes great ground at the end, and umpire Peter McConnell could do nothing else but give him safe.
Yes, good decision. In the air and out. Imran making the catch at mid-wicket. Dev not quite middling that one. And it just spooned up to Imran, and there was no way in the world he was going to drop that one. So a little gem of an innings really from Kapil Dev. 35 runs from 26 balls.
Aqib tries the slower ball again, this time just holding it back with the slower arm action. Imran is fielding right on the white line of the circle. He's to take the catch. Another very good knock from Kapil Dev. India 6 for 208. Moray is there because Kapil Dev left to the slower ball from Aqib Javed. Straight to Imran Khan. The worst thing about Kapil Dev is that he appeared to be limping as he walked off the ground.
He decided that it'd be a better idea to hang on to that. Imran can't understand why, because there was plenty of backing up. That's the end of the over. 6 for 211. 6 for 211. Just 2 overs to go. And that was just a little lucky. I think he was trying to get it away on the onside, and he's popped it over the top of point.
Kapil Dev was involved in a very close run decision just before he got out. As he pulls up, he seems to go for the hamstring. Just has maybe not... he really had to stretch out there. It looked to me as though he might have just gone for a bit of a grab on the hamstring as he pulled up. He appeared to be limping.
A lot of pressure on the fieldsman. Indians here looking to run for everything. Very good at lifting their run rate towards the end of their innings, the Indians. What a good delivery. They're going to take a run and he'll have a go. Yes, he will. And he's hit the stumps. What a magnificent bit of fielding there by Wasim Akram. First of all, the magnificent delivery. Moore had to get up off the ground and run down the other end. He did his best, but Akram hit the stumps and Moray was just short.
Almost the perfect Sandshoe crusher to start with. Moray did all he could do to get his feet out of the way, jammed the bat on the ball, took the nosedive. Tendulkar took off, and Akram, brilliant athlete that he is, scooped on it, aimed and cleaned them up. Moray on his way for 4, India 7 for 213. It really took the feet out from under Moray, but Akram's there, very quickly steadies. Very good throw. Moray's on his way down again. Peter McConnell had no trouble at all in that situation. He was well placed to see it. Moray knew he was under pressure. The feet have gone for the second time, and so has he.
Yes, he knew he was in trouble, I'm sure. And what a great bit of fielding that was. Prabhakar the new batsman. Ooh, and very, very nearly taking the off stump, that one.
A little bit of light rain falling here as the Indian innings comes to a close. Prabhakar is the new batsman. Just a light shower.
Got that one straight away to mid-off. There'll be... No, there won't. Time now for our Eastern Australian viewers to leave us for their news. Don't forget to rejoin us for the Pakistani run chase. Just one ball to go in this over. So the clock ticks over to 6 o'clock, which means that they won't get the extra over in. This now becomes a 49-over game. And the Indians look just a little bit surprised about that. So the Indians have scored 7 for 216. They've done that off 49 overs. 7 for 216 the total. A 49-over match, 299 balls, lots of wides and no balls there, and a little gem of an innings from Sachin Tendulkar. 54 he scored, and it was marvellous to watch.
We're back at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Pakistan require 217 runs from 49 overs. Run rate of 4.42 required. So there it is, 49 overs to be bowled. Pakistan didn't get their 50 overs in time. With only 49 overs to get the 217 they require. 4.42, 10 wickets in hand. Dev has the new ball in his hand, and he will be bowling from the Randwick end. Sohail and Inzamam are opening the batting for Pakistan. There's a need to get the innings away to a good start. India had a few fits and starts in their innings. First ball, and Capel has got it to swing again. Good evening, Simon O'Donnell.
Good evening, Greg. And a very interesting contest this evening. One of the important things the Indians will be looking for is a couple of early wickets just to help guard that 4.42 run rate Pakistan require. They can get those early couple of breakthroughs and keep the pressure on to step that run rate up, with a great chance of victory.
It's a no ball. By David Shepherd from England signals the no ball. So Pakistan have started. Sohail has also opened his personal account as he got bat on ball, and they ran through. So Inzamam Al-Haq, quite a big lad. He'll face his first ball. Prabhakar in the background.
tall opening batsman, Zaman. He's had enormous success so far on this tour. There are big raps on him within the Pakistan camp. Imran Khan apparently having quite a bit to do with his tour out here this year.
Whipped that away and timed it very well. Srinath Srinath, the fieldsman down there at fine leg, scrambling to his left.
Great bit of work from Srinath. That's the sort of stuff that will help India guard this total. Not easy to go across the turf there and also stop the ball at the same time. He's managed to do it. Inspiration to his team.
The general feeling amongst the Indian media here this evening was that they would like India to have scored another 15 or 20 runs. They're a bit concerned that there's not enough runs there, but if India can bowl well enough and field well enough, as we saw there from Srinath, I've got a feeling that they may just have enough runs. That's reckoning without some good batting from Pakistan, and they've got some good players in their lineup. It's a wide. David Shepherd has no doubt about that. Sohail is opening with Inzamam. Sohail scored 114. And that could also be a wide, but David Shepherd, in a generous mood, lets that one go. But Sohail, who's opening with Inzamam, scored a century against Zimbabwe in Hobart a few days ago. Javed Miandad, of course, coming into number 3, one of the best players in the world, having some back problems at the moment. Salim Malik, Zahid Fazal, Imran Khan. So 4 runs in the first over. Pakistan requiring 217. The southeast of the city centre. And night time has well and truly fallen. And that's a wide to start Prabhakar's effort. He won't be very happy with that. Umpire Peter McConnell had no doubt. It was a pretty ordinary delivery.
Yes, a little bit of nerves on behalf of both the Indian opening bowlers. Manoj Prabhakar, very experienced cricketer. Kapil Dev obviously the same, but World Cup matches do produce something out of the ordinary, and the nerves will be swirling around there at the moment. They must come in control of those very quickly and get right into these Pakistan batsmen.
Imran Khan playing in this match. He captained Pakistan for the first time in the series. He's batting at number 6. Have a fair bit of talent in their batting order. They haven't batted as well in this series as expectation had them batting. They would have been one of the favourites to reach the semi-final, but their batting has been a bit disappointing. Without Waqar Younis with the ball as well, and Imran Khan up until this evening has not been able to play, so they have been handicapped somewhat. They had a stroke of good luck in Adelaide last week when their match with England was rained out, when they looked fairly certain to lose the match, so they picked up 1 point there, which was against the odds early in the day. So their batting will have to do better than it has so far in the series, but this man, Sohail, has already scored a century. They're relying on him to get them away to a good start. Some swing there for Prabhakar as well.
Certainly is a little bit. Majority of deliveries he's pushed across the left-handed batsman. This one just bringing it back very nicely, straightening there off the wicket. A little bit of swing. And taking Sahar with a little bit of surprise there. Barker, after that first delivery, is settling in to a nice rhythm, nice length and nice line.
There's the away swinger, and that's another wide. Peter McConnell not happy with that. So Prabhakar has had some problems with the outswinger. He can't quite work it out. And I think he might be complaining a little bit about the white ball, Simon.
Well, I think the rhythm was okay. I think the length was good. I think the line was wrong.
So you think he needs to adjust the rangefinder a little bit? It's more like the line that he's been looking for. The radar obviously been affected by the little bit of rain that's hanging around Sydney, but fortunately hasn't been much interference with the cricket. Just some light rain towards the end of the Indian innings, but it had no effect on the match. The play continued through that. And hopefully we'll get through the rest of the evening, because when we get the rain interruptions, it really does throw everything into confusion. It's a genuine play and miss there. So Prabhakar, a mixed over from him. Pakistan none for 8. That's out. Kapil Dev, the leading Indian bowler, has made the breakthrough again, and the Indian supporters are delighted. Just a little bit of swing there we saw in the first over. And Zaman Al-Haq is on his way back to the pavilion. Ball just straightening up slightly, hit him on the roll of the pad, but umpire David Shepherd in no doubt whatsoever.
Certainly no doubt in umpire Shepherd's mind. Zaman leaving the field rather slowly. I'm glad the lights are on. Kapil Dev the one getting the breakthrough, and a breakthrough India really need. And Pakistan are now 1 for 8 in the third over.
And all of a sudden the radar's gone wonky again.
There's been a couple of radar malfunctions so far in this innings. And that's very unfamiliar of a Kapil Dev delivery. Usually spot on his line and length, and the obvious ball he was trying to push across the left-handed batsman. He certainly pushed it across, but I think he was aiming at another wicket. It didn't really come into play for the man standing in front of the stumps there at the moment.
One swings the other way. David Shepherd has a good look at it as it disappears down the leg side. He's just suggesting that I'm going to slip them too far down the leg side, otherwise we'll have a few more wides. What the umpires are concerned with is the variation. If a bowler is bowling a line around off stump and all of a sudden one slips down the leg side, they're very quick to call those. Batting proving to be a little bit difficult there as Kapil gets some swing and some movement from the pitch.
There's no shortage of that when Kapil Dev bowls. So Hale will be concentrating very hard, trying to get through this initial spell.
That's a no ball. David Shepherd, not influenced by Kapil Dev, showing him where his foot landed earlier in the over. Obviously he stepped a bit further this time, and he's just going to remark his run-up.
6 extra balls already the Indians have bowled to the Pakistanis. And the wash up at the end, that may be a very important statistic.
Gets one away from Kapil Dev. So at the end of the third over, Pakistan are 1 for 12. Pakistan are 1 for 12. India at the same stage were none for 12 and went on to score 216 in 49 overs. Prabhakar getting the outswinger to the left-hander to work a bit better now. So from the MLC building, we welcome our viewers from Perth who are rejoining the coverage here at the SCG. The lights are well and truly on. Pakistan are 1 for 12 in their chase of 217 runs required in 49 overs. There's the outswinger again. It's in the air but landing short. The gully fielder. Jadeja in the gully. We saw him on Sunday against Australia pull off some very good pieces of fielding.
Certainly a class act this. Jadeja getting across and getting that ball away very quick, which is a real necessity. You can't roll around and waste any time. You always that opportunity of a run out after a brilliant save, and it was very well done.
The Indians are fired up. They know they're going to have to work hard to protect their 216. Some quarters feel that 216 is not enough, but it's a competitive total if they can bowl well enough and if they continue to take wickets at a regular rate. Already have 1 wicket to their credit. Inzamam Al-Haq was out LBW to Kapil Dev for 2. Basil is on strike now. He's on 1. Mir Sahel is on 5. We also welcome back our viewers from Adelaide to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Pakistan have started their run chase. They require 217 runs in 49 overs. They can bowl the required 50, so 4.42 is the rate required per over. And they're currently 13 for a loss of 1 wicket. A bit of swing there for the Indian bowlers. They've had some problems. 6 extra balls have been bowled with no balls and wide so far in the innings. Prabhakar is in his 2nd over. Kapil Dev has already bowled 2 overs. Kapil Dev has 1 for 8. Prabhakar none for 5. Prabhakar is bowling a full length, trying to get the ball to swing. So this is the situation here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. India scored 216 in 49 overs. Pakistan have lost their first wicket. They're 1 for 13 after 4 overs. Prabhakar has bowled 2, as I said, and Kapil Dev has bowled 2, as we see from the MLC building. The view over the city lights and out to the Sydney Cricket Ground in the distance in the southeastern suburbs. Kapil Dev continues to get some swing. Sohail is on strike.
They've really been the kings of swing this summer, the Indians. They don't look as dominant with and as forceful as the Australian pace attack with the McDermott, Hughes, Whitney, all pretty quick, but they do utilise their talents very well. And swing bowling is their talent. They bowled very well this summer.
Mir Sahel, 25 years of age, just the 9 matches, 150 and 100 though, so he's got a bit of talent. Good striker of the ball. Pretty good strike rate. His century against Zimbabwe at Hobart being his highest score. That's his only century in limited over cricket. Kapil Dev slips it down the leg side, and that's another wide. Umpire David Shepherd says you can't do that, son.
Kapil not overly impressed. Bit hard to talk Shep out of that, I think. But Kapil Dev, a real professional, will get back on with it. But that was starting just outside leg stump and going further down, and Shep, in absolutely no doubt at all, that was a wide.
There are 4 matches in the World Cup for Sohail. 151 runs, the bulk of which came in that innings against Zimbabwe. Down the leg side again. Kapil Dev asking the question as to whether that was in fact hit. It might have also been a little bit of psychology being played there, suggesting that if he could get that close to hitting it, it couldn't have been a wide, Mr. Umpire.
Umpire David Shepherd having another real good look at it. I think the difference in those two was the first one may have just swung a little more before it passed the stumps and swung a little more after it passed the stumps.
Yes, I think the big difference that David Shepherd took into consideration was where the two balls pitched. The first one swung and pitched outside leg stump. The second one pitched just almost in line with leg stump, and then either from late swing or movement from the pitch deviated down the leg side, and I think that was a good decision. He gave the bowler the benefit of the doubt. The ball actually pitched close enough for the batsman to make contact with the ball and then moved away. Good common sense umpiring by David Shepherd. So the end of the 5th over, and Pakistan are 1 for 16. Prabhakar continues. Oh, and the swing is still there. Zahid Fazil just searching for the ball.
She searched and seen beautifully and straight there and just going away at the right time. Kapil Dev and Manoj Prabhakar really extracting some swing out there tonight, making it very difficult for the Pakistan batsmen.
Umpire Peter McConnell says that one pitches too wide of off stump. Prabhakar won't be happy with that. That swung. But again, I think Peter McConnell is correct, as this ball pitched a lot wider of off stump and then swung further away.
Certainly well wide of off stump, and I don't think there's any doubt in the world. Moray and Kapil Dev not too happy about the Australian umpire's decision there. Really not a lot of doubt when you look at it on the replay.
There's no doubt about that one either. That was a very good delivery. Fazil just finding it difficult to lay bat on ball here. Manoj Prabhakar we saw throughout the summer in the Test matches and the World Series Cup games. Played 71 matches. He's got better and better with each outing in Australia. I think he's a fine cricketer. Useful middle order, lower middle order batsman in Test matches. He struggles a bit in the one-day games to get the ball off the square. Very useful swing bowler. And that's out. That time he's got the line, the length and everything right. Fazil has been searching for the ball and he's finally found it.
A lovely little outswinger there from Manoj Prabhakar. The Indian fans are very happy about it too, and so they should be. He found the line, impeccable outswinger, started angling in, straightened up, went away. Nice little nick. Pakistan are now, what you would say, reeling. So hit out for 2. In the 6th over, they're 2 for 17.
2 for 17, requiring 217. Unless someone plays a blinder, Pakistan will be in trouble. This is why he's there.
A lovely little delivery, but you never count your chickens before they hatch. Kieran Moray very excited, and be just as excited, if not more, if Manoj Prabhakar can produce another outswinger like that one and get Javed Miandad to give it a little touch on the way through.
Javed, a very accomplished batsman. Played a lot of cricket. That's what Pakistan need. Another 200 runs. They've got 43.2 overs left. Run rate has just slipped up slightly, 4.61. 8 wickets in hand and India on top. Javed is the man who can turn it around if anyone can. Just a little bit anxious, the swing giving him some problems. Javed just having a bit of a chat to himself. He likes to have a bit of a chat. He doesn't mind who he talks to.
Yeah, I think there might be a few having a bit of a chat to Javed out there and willing their bowler on. There seems to be a lot of looking and staring and talking. A very interesting confrontation out there at the moment between bat and ball, India and Pakistan.
Javed's a great competitor. He won't be giving his wicket away. Had a few back problems, but he's a great fighter. Pakistan in trouble, 2 for 17. Kapil Dev continues. Pressure right on Pakistan here at the moment. Sohail is still there as one of the openers, but he's lost his opening partner, young Fazal. So Javed Miandad just having a chat, just letting Sohail know that he's there, telling him what's required. I'm sure Sohail knows, but Javed doesn't mind passing on some of his experience. Obviously it was effective, whatever it was he said.
I think Mohammad Azharuddin would have liked more effort in the field at that stage. But, he does chat quite a bit. Very helpful advice to his countrymen. Just not too sure of what the advice is about to whoever he's playing against.
David Shepherd again having a very long look at that delivery, but once again it pitched pretty close to leg stump. And it was the swing and or the seam which took it further away from the bat. Plenty of tension out in the middle. Important game for both sides, as they all are. Fielding a bit slipshod, but plenty of backup there, so Pakistan finding runs hard to come by. Javed just giving a little bit more advice. I'm sure it helps his own nerves for him to keep chattering away like that, but I'm not sure how the bloke at the other end would feel. Oh, and again, that's a good delivery. There's plenty of movement there. We saw from the Pakistan bowlers who struggled to control the ball that when they did get it on line, it swung and seamed round, and again Kapil Dev just a hint of an in-swinger to the left-hander, and then it seamed away off the pitch. Kieran Moore can't believe that it's gone past the outside edge.
And Kapil Dev not giving away anything easy here at the moment. He's using the conditions that are favourable to him, making Pakistan work for every run.
It's the very confident appeal, but David Shepherd unlikely to give those out. He's well forward, plenty of swing. It's the end of another very good over. 2 runs from it. Pakistan 2 for 19. And as Prabhakar continues to get the ball to swing, even Javed Miandad having trouble playing those. So times are tough out in the middle for the Pakistan batsmen. We have a change in the commentary position as David Gower moves in to join Richie Benaud.
Thanks, Greg, and there's plenty of action out there at the moment in the last over. Very, very close LBW decision. And the Indian bowlers really working hard out there. They can see that there's a chance of a proper breakthrough at the top of the order. Javed Miandad, a veteran of 189 matches. Good evening, David Gower.
Good evening, Richie. We've seen the Indian bowlers here swinging the ball, getting the ball to swing and seam this evening.
He's a player of great experience. He's one of only 2 players to have taken part in every World Cup that's been played. Javed Miandad is a youngster. He started off in the 1975 World Cup, and Imran Khan was the other one. We're at the SCG at the moment, and not very far away, just round in Sydney Harbour. One of the cruise ships leaving. They're coming into the harbour all the time, docking, and all the tourists are having a super time in Sydney. That one is just making its way now out towards Sydney Heads.
And this is no holiday for Javed Miandad. Starting his innings tonight at the SCG with the ball moving all over the shop. Another very good delivery, just bouncing away, seaming away from Javed. Kieran Murray anguished as he takes the ball behind the stumps.
Good figures for Prabhakar in the World Cup so far. It's the end of the over, 2 for 19. It's not as big as the QE2 which we had in Sydney Harbour just recently, but it's big enough. Here's Kapil Dev. QE2, massive ship. Berthed at Circular Quay at the overseas terminal just recently, and it was a marvellous sight when it went out past the Opera House. Well, here at the SCG, it's 2 for 19. Javed Miandad is not yet off the mark. It's Sohail who's taken strike. He's added to his 8.
Javed Miandad throwing off the years there to complete 3 runs. When he first came into the game, a very, very quick man in the field between the wickets. And taking advantage there as the fielder slipped, picking up the ball, just making it in. Sohail picking up the in-swing of Kapil Dev, finding a gap in the field.
Now then, here's the contest. Kapil Dev and Javed. He's way off the mark. Be quick. That's good running. Man with a bad back who was off the field a little earlier. He went back very quickly there.
Took on the arm of Srinath at long leg there. Again, a little bit of slip sliding in the deep. And again, a throw slightly closer. It was a good throw, but not quite good enough. A throw slightly closer could have had Javed just struggling for those final few inches.
Beautifully played. It was very well bowled by Kapil Dev. Javed is an experienced player and a good street fighter. Just got the bat away in time.
That's a beautiful delivery. And Javed just managed to resist pushing the bat further out at it, which could easily have resulted in an edge to the keeper.
It's up to 4.8 now, the run rate required per over. Pakistan just struggling at the moment. The swing bowlers have made inroads into the innings. Bowled again, but equally well played once more by Javed Miandad, who keeps the strike. It's 2 for 25. 2 for 25 Pakistan. Here's Prabhakar. Just sounded like an inside edge. Might have flicked his pad with his bat. And that's been signalled a leg by. It sounded like two noises there.
Again, Prabhakar angling the ball in. Javed in front of the stumps, but the angle of the ball coming from wide of the crease there, taking it down towards the leg side.
He's not going to get that. And I suppose halfway through the appeal, he probably knew it. Sorry about that, Peter.
Yes, it never stops bowlers appealing, of course, and half the fun of appealing is to try and distract the batsman from looking for runs. Give the fielders that extra split second to get onto the ball.
Good slower ball. Just watching Prabhakar this summer, David, seems to me to have one of the better slower balls around in world cricket at the moment.
And especially towards the end of a limited overs match, Prabhakar uses that very same tactic, mixing his pace, varying his line, varying the position on the crease from which he lets the ball go. All these are tactics that bowlers learn over the years, and Prabhakar has been around for a little while now. He's become a very, very experienced and very adept bowler in these situations.
Always tremendous amount of shining of the ball done these days. It's just a bit of dampness out there at the moment. We had a very light shower in the tea interval.
It's been a fairly humid day in any case, and with that little extra moisture coming out the skies, always helps the ball to move around here, and with the lights at the SCG again helping the atmosphere, creating that atmosphere which helps the ball swing. Batting in the early overs of these 50 over matches is very much the art of watching very closely and trying not to take too many risks.
He's outside off stump there. It's not going to please Prabhakar, but that's the way it was, and it's 2 for 27. There's Sohail. He's on 12, Javed Miandad 3. There's not much between the two teams at the end of 10 overs. That run rate is just creeping up towards 5 and over. That's the required rate.
Mind you, we've seen, of course, teams come close when, although the rate has climbed and has looked alarmingly high in the latter stages of one-day matches, it's always possible to put pressure on the fielding side. India, not so long ago at Brisbane there at the Gabba against Australia, coming so close, having needed 7 and over for quite a long time in the latter stages of that game.
Yes, that was a good game on Sunday. A very exciting finish, India and Australia. The most remarkable things, I thought, was the way David Boone gathered in that final throw from Steve Waugh, because the ball had taken off after hitting the damp ground. I reckon it would have landed 20 yards behind Boone, gathered it in as though it was one of the easiest things he'd ever done in his life. It was a wonderful piece of cricket. That'll be a wide call. Yes, the game itself was very exciting. I was slightly amused to read Mohammad Azharuddin's comments that he thought they were badly done by, because the game actually got down to India needing 4 runs to win off the last ball, almost doing it, In fact, if they'd run properly, they'd have probably got a tie.
Very true indeed. I think there was a little bit of over-exuberance as that last ball was bowled. And in fact, Venka, whatever his name is, Raju, he'd almost started celebrating before they'd decided where the ball was going. And instead of seeing the ball go for 6, he suddenly realised he had to run. And when it all comes down to a matter of inches and feet at the end of that third run for a possible tie, a possible victory, you realise how much you've got to be, as they say, professional about your approach to the game.
Well, there are all kinds of things could have happened with that last ball. First of all, you had the fact that Srinath thought it was going for 6, Venkatapati Raju thought it was going for 6, and so did Border. And then Raju half stopped to congratulate Srinath at the first run. That's why he got behind in the running. Then Steve Waugh's throw could have hit Raju as he was running through for the third, but didn't. And then there was that wonderful take by David Boone. And here at the SCG in this game between India and Pakistan, Pakistan 2 for 29.
Of course, the other thing, Steve Waugh, who had taken already 2 very good catches during the Indian innings at the Gabba, unusually for him dropping the ball there, but luckily for him, of course, it bounced down in front of him. Instead of either cannoning off behind him, he could have gone in any direction, that ball, when he dropped it. But he was able to pick it up, kept a very cool head, of course, and got the ball in close enough to David Boone for the run out to be effective.
Two for 29 and 11 overs gone. Manoj Prabhakar has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. He's being rested now by Mohammad Azharuddin. Kapil Dev has been more expensive, 21 from 6 overs but 1 wicket. And Javagal Srinath will be the bowler now from the Paddington end, the northern or Paddington end. The end where the MA Noble stand is situated. This will be Srinath, and he'll be bowling to Javed Mir.
And Srinath, as is his wont, will be trying to angle the ball in to Javed Miandad. This is natural action to bowl the in-swinger. Miandad will probably be quite happy that there's someone bowling now who isn't a natural outswinger of the ball. 1 or 2 very good deliveries at the start of Miandad's innings have had him in a lot of trouble outside the off stump.
That's a wonderful stroke by Javed. Welcome to Eastern States viewers around Australia, Pakistan and India here, and Javed Miandad just playing a beautiful square cut of Javagal Srinath. That's the scene from the centre of Sydney, from the MLC building. Lights have been on for quite a few hours now. No ball called. They'll take the single anyway for Javed Miandad. It's 2 for 33 now. Pakistan. Batsman out. Insaman for 2 and Fazal for 2. Sohail is 12 and Javed Miandad is 8. Plenty of batting to come. Salim Malik, Imran Khan, Wasim Akram, the left-hand all-rounder, and Wasim Haider, and Moin Khan is a good batsman as well. That's 2 for 34. That's in reply to India's good innings. It's the outside edge by Sohail. We'll go for 4. A great amount of luck attached to what the Indian bowlers have been doing so far.
No, the ball's gone past the outside edge several times. And instead of the 2 wickets that are down, there could have been a couple more. On this occasion, a bit of adjustment there by Amir Sohail. Ball going away from him, and he's guided it through the empty slip area and wide of third man too, so 4 runs.
That's 2 for 38 now, Pakistan. 16 to Sohail and 8 to Javed Miandad. 2 for 38 in reply to 7 for 216. Jadeja made 46. Rakant was out for 5 and a very slow 5 in 39 deliveries faced. Mohammad Azruddin a beautiful 32. He's in great touch again. And then Cambley 24 and Sachin Tendulkar unbeaten on 54 from 62 balls faced. Tendulkar played very well indeed. Manjrekar got a first baller. Kapildev, there was a good partnership, David, between Tendulkar and Kapildev.
Kapildev came in there with the mission to strike the ball again, something which he does very, very well indeed. And the partnership, in fact, realised 60 runs off only 49 balls. One huge 6 over extra cover from Kapildev really was outstanding.
They've put third man a bit finer now. He's able to cut that down to 2 rather than the 4 that came earlier in the over.
Very similar events again, just guiding that wide of the slip. Slip had gone a bit wider too. And again the left-hander, the away swing of Srinath. And not only that, there is now another slip, and now 2 slips in the left-handed batsman.
That's well ball once again. 2 for 40 Pakistan. 2 for 40 Pakistan. India at the same stage 1 for 30. Javed Miandad is 8. Ahmed Sohail is 18. Kapildev. We had the feeling that Kapildev might have just had a slight strain of a hamstring when he was batting immediately before his dismissal. That's the way the extras are at the moment.
Well, there we are. You see 8 wides, 1 no ball, and 1 or 2 others that have been scored off. The odd no ball, I think, has been scored off, 3 in fact. Which means that India have bowled 1 extra delivery for every over they've bowled so far in this innings. And when you're playing in a tight one-day international, it's something which no side can really afford. And if this goes down to the wire at the end of the day, then the Indians might have cause to regret 1 or 2 feet overstepping lines, 1 or 2 radars going astray with a swinging ball.
Oh, Kapil.
Bowlers, of course, always pay close attention to the ball, the tool of their trade. There are several things you can do with a cricket ball. Not all of them quite within the spirit of the game.
Very good technique, Javed Miandad. He's played and missed once. A couple have found the outside edge. He's pulled his bat away in playing defensively. Always has a very good idea precisely where his stumps are and where his feet are in relation to them.
That would not have been a good ball to leave.
A bit of attempted eyeball contact there. Now, Kapil has tried to catch Javed Miandad's eye, but Miandad was having none of it. So he managed to catch David Shepherd's eye on the basis that, oh, that was close, wasn't it?
Well, it's always worth keeping in contact with your friendly umpire. And the better relations you keep with umpires, they always feel the better chance they have of getting decisions in their favour.
At the end of the over, umpire Shepherd says so, and it's 2 for 41. Srinath's suggesting there was no stroke played there, but umpire Peter McConnell will have none of that.
Again, Srinath's line and swing taking the ball down the leg side there. In fact, it was the amount the ball swung that in fact defeated the attempted shot. I mean, Javed was only in fact just trying to glance the ball down, trying to get bat onto ball. And the amount of swing took it away from the bat, off the pad, down to long length for one.
It's not a large crowd here for this game between India and Pakistan, but there's no shortage of enthusiasm. Each of the sides has just about an evenly balanced lot of supporters.
Sahil tempted outside the off stump here. Another full swinging delivery. Sahil actually nowhere near that in the end. And there are the two slips waiting for the edge. And they might be in with a chance.
Well, he's had two go past second slip. Now he's had one go over the head of the man at backward point. And beating the two men racing for it. It just runs into the boundary. So Sahil now goes on to 22.
This is what all bowlers hate, of course. First to establish superiority over the batsman. In previous overs, there have been two edges gone off Sahil's bat. Previous ball missed by a mile. Now eventually the ball goes just over the top of the fielder and goes away for four.
He's had an interesting season, Javagal Srinath. Came into the opening test match up in Brisbane and bowled very, very well. A good debut. He also made runs at the right time, batting right down the bottom of the list. Then the pressure, I think he suddenly realised what was happening to him, that he was bowling well, and the pressure became a bit too much for him. And he's just started to come good again towards the end of the tour. It's 2 for 46. Sachin Tendulkar comes on. He'll be bowling his dinky little in-swingers and out-swingers. No great pace about his bowling. He's done one or two good things, and he's always trying to get into the game.
He likes to use variety, doesn't he, Richie? Sachin Tendulkar, not short of confidence. Not short of the confidence to try and do things with the ball, to try and vary it, try and keep the batsman guessing. And he'll be trying to use the atmosphere here tonight to continue swinging the ball. It has moved the Indian bowlers, and someone of Tendulkar's pace, I'm sure, will keep it moving.
Kieran Murray is standing up over the stumps for him. The left-hander, Murray goes back. He may well come back up over the stumps for Javed if Javed is batting on or just outside his crease.
Jadeja, the fielder just behind point there. Very athletic fielder, down on this very quickly. Has to make ground to his right. Quickly up and quickly back with the ball.
Fielded brilliantly at the Gabba on Sunday. Another good save here now.
And there, as Richie correctly predicted, Kieran Murray back up at the stumps for Javed, a man who likes to move around the crease. Wouldn't be averse to going down the wicket to Tendulkar. Will think twice about it now with the keeper up.
One of the problems for Kiran Moray and Tendulkar will be with the wides. Tendulkar likes to slip one down the leg side, swing away, and Moray is always there for the attempted stumping. Doesn't work in the limited overs game. They quite often fall for a wide. Nicely played by Javed Miandad. 2 for 49 now, Pakistan, chasing 217 for victory. The lights are on here, and Pakistan chasing 217. This is Shavagal Srinath. Javed Miandad is the batsman taking the single to bring up the half century for Pakistan. In the commentary box now, Tony Greig, and with him is Bill Lawrie.
Thank you, Richie. Good evening all, and this is going to be a very close match here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Javed Miandad and Sohail just steadying the ship for Pakistan after the loss of 2 early wickets. Left and right-handed combination working well. It's breaking up the line of the bowlers on occasions. Scoring much quicker than India did at this stage. And good evening, Tony Greig.
Evening, Bill. Yes, the left-hand, right-hand combination certainly is working well. Sohail has already scored 100 in this World Cup. It was against Zimbabwe at Hobart. 114 he got there for 136 balls.
And at the other end, of course, one of the all-time great batsmen in any type of cricket, but the moment he come to the wicket tonight, Javed, it looked a different game. He's played straight, he's played 189 one-day internationals. Good average, a very good strike rate of 69, 700s and 42 50s, and a great player of pace or spin. And he's the key tonight for Pakistan, one feels, against some very good bowling from the Indian bowlers. They've been right on the job. And he looks very, very sound.
Yes, he's the danger man. Yes, and apart from his overall World Cup performance, he's done pretty well in this one. That's his performance in all World Cup matches so far. 5 half-centuries, 2 of which have been scored in this particular World Cup. He made 57 not out at the MCG against the West Indies, and 89 in 94 balls against Zimbabwe in Hobart.
The other end, Sohail, who reminds me very much of Graham Wood, the former Australian opening batsman. He's got a very solid technique, very keen to work the ball on the onside when it's up. He looks to be a very handy top order player. Good concentration. It's nicely glanced. That could go all the way. The original leg glance, beautifully played. The straying onto leg stump. Good players don't miss those ones. They're gifts. Fruit for the sideboard. It's 2 for 54. Tendulkar. And Javed Miandad, he's an uncomplicated batsman. He shuffles across the crease, but always giving it the full face of the bat.
Yes, and a very attacking field has been set here as well. They're all saving one. At some stage, Javed is going to have to try and hit one over the top of that circle. They're in there trying to keep the ones down.
That's good fielding.
And until such time as Javed actually lofts one over the top of the field, they'll keep them up. So it's going to take an initiative by Javed. This was an attempt to get the ball through the offside field, but they're very agile out there. I think the straight hit down the ground over the top is going to be the go.
Well bowled as well, delivery well. The Indian captain Mohammad Azharuddin is keeping the pressure on by having the circle with 7 players in.
Yes, well, there they are, stretching all around, saving the singles.
Nice deflection that beats the backward point, but not the third man, just the single. This is the guy that the Pakistani batsman should go after, Tendulkar. He's just a makeshift bowler. Azharuddin trying to get him through his 10 overs or maybe 5 overs quickly before the batsmen are really playing their shots.
So Sohail now the left-hander on strike, much the same field.
Great shot. A magnificent square cover drive. On the front foot, it was a fraction wide, and he gave it the full follow through. A glorious shot.
Yes, Tendulkar wouldn't be very happy with that one. He'd bowled pretty well so far. That was a wide delivery, and he literally flayed that one through the offside field. No chance at all of the fielder cutting it off. Lovely shot.
Sohail goes to 31. And just coming back in from off to leg. It's 2 for 59. And it's going to be Raju, the left-arm spinner. Man, I believe is to be the best spinner in the country at the moment. He's bowling with a lot of confidence. He bowls very well here on the Sydney cricket ground. Mohammad Azharuddin's bringing him on against probably the best player of spin in the Pakistan side, Javed Miandad. Better be spinning the ball away from the right hand. A left arm orthodox spin. 5 men inside the circle. 3 on the onside, 2 on the off.
Those are the figures so far. Raju just being introduced now. He's bowled 1 delivery. Very tidy bowling figures there.
He'll get some spin. Javed trying to sweep against the spin there. The onside field is very strong. So he's going to pitch at middle leg stump. There's 1 out in the deep at mid-wicket, 1 at backward square, and there's a ring of 3 from square leg, mid-wicket to mid-on, inside the circle. And that turns slowly. Chance for a run out if the throw's good. Here it comes. Tendulkar fires it. Misses. Wow, backing up too far. Sohail in real trouble there with a good throw.
Yes, he committed himself to 1 there, and it really, I suppose, was his call. And Javed sent him back. Had that hit, of course, he'd been out by a couple of feet, perhaps.
Turns. This time he gets some edge. He's gone. He's surely. No, he's back, is he? Wow, action aplenty at the Sydney cricket ground. Once again, Tendulkar was the fieldsman, and that was very, very close.
I think they're speaking different languages, these 2 blokes. Have a look at this one. Good delivery, does turn, and it runs away. Javed sent back, and he really does have to make his ground. A direct hit would have had him, that's for sure. And he did look up very quickly towards umpire Shepherd there, but he got the benefit of the doubt. Probably just got himself home. A lucky break for Pakistan.
2 in a row. Very, very close. Tendulkar. And some turn already for Raju. A beautiful bowler, this lad. He doesn't hurry through with his overs. He takes his time. Nice loop and turn. Picked up Dean Jones and Mark Waugh on this pitch with 2 stumpings with beautiful variation. Nice flight and ball spinning away from the right-handed batsman. And maiden over. A great start. 2 for 59.
Lights on here at the cricket ground.
Beats him with the one that's angled across, maybe just a little bit of movement away.
It's the view from the MLC building, and just moving around towards the east there, the eastern suburbs, Bondi Beach in that little dip, and of course the Sydney cricket ground. Cricket ground surrounded by Randwick and Paddington. Coogee over at the back, down to the right a bit. Some lovely beaches just over the horizon there.
Back here it's Sachin Tendulkar bowling with a very strong offside field to Javed Miandad. He'll try and work the ball He'll try and beat that man down there. He'll be looking in this area, Jarvid. He'll go for the little deflection if he pitches outside the line of the off stump. It's a big gap between third man and the wicketkeeper. The backward point is fairly square. So there'll be an interesting battle here between the experienced Mihundad and Sachin Tendulkar. Bit of in swing there, swing from off to leg.
Yes, that seems to be the problem that Jarvid's having. He's obviously practicing that straight hit. He'd like to hit him down the ground. He's obviously waiting for the right delivery, in which case they'll push one of their fieldsmen back.
Beautiful work. Oh, that was close. Magnificent work by Kieran Moray. It's great to see a wicketkeeper standing up. He had those bails off in a flash.
Yes, and Jarvid, as we've said, doesn't mind having a little wander. Keep an eye on his back foot here. Does he lift it? No, he doesn't. Beautiful work, but Jarvid's toe down all the time there. There was no question of him being given out.
No, he didn't cross over, did he? He stayed planted. It was a beautiful bit of work and good thinking by young Sachin Tendulkar. The little in-swinger going down leg side. A little bit frustrated there, Jarvid Mihundad. These are vital overs for India if they can peg back that run rate. It was very, very close on the line as out, but he was behind the line. Good decision. And a brilliant piece of work by Kieran Moray. Two runs off the over. 2 for 61.
Little discussion there between the Indian captain and umpire Shepherd. He's fielding almost dead square on the leg side, alongside the umpire. Three of them saving one on that side.
He's getting some turn, Raju. He's a superb young bowler. One wonders how good he'll be in 5 years from now, playing on the turning wickets at home in India. He's a very good bowler. Jarvid picks him off with a single. Run rate is important, and so far Pakistan are pacing themselves fairly well with wickets in hand.
Well, that's the Indian innings. Pakistan got themselves just ahead, having lost a couple of quick wickets there. And now they've been brought back to the fold, mainly due to Raju, who's slowed them right up. He's definitely getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. It'll move in now to the left-hander. It'll be interesting to see what he does. They've got their field relatively stacked towards the onside. That's the sort of shot that I think he likes playing. He'll be into the sweep. He'll be trying to get it away fine if he can. He has to be a little careful he doesn't get a top edge, but having a look at the field on the onside. There's a man right back at deep long on and one at deep square leg. And then two saving one of whom is just behind square waiting for the top edge.
Sweeps that fine. It's a good shot. First one coming around. They're through for two. Jarvid, is he going to come back? This will be very close. The throw's wide. Good running. And a good shot by Shahal. Prepared to sweep with the spin. Hit it nice and fine. It was good placement. Mohammad Azharuddin won the toss and elected to bat earlier this afternoon. Conditions were good. After 49 overs, they were 7 for 216. A fine innings by Tendulkar, 54, and Kapil Dev, 35 off 26 balls faced. They were the main strikers. Some good bowling by the leg spinner Mustak there, particularly up to 9 overs. It's a nice sweep by the right-hander this time, but just the single. He took 13 off the last over from Mustak, the leg spinner, but he did a fine job for Pakistan, and 216 should be obtainable here if you bat well.
Well, a lot depends on this man. You can see that he knows it too. He looks relatively tense at the moment. They will try and sweep him. Jarvid will try and get him away fine. And so will Sohail. There's a bit of a gap down there for him.
It's well played. 8 runs off the over. Good one for Pakistan. It's 2 for 69. Good partnership, this.
Yes, and nothing in it really. Just the one wicket is the difference.
Well, that wasn't his best shot. He tried to club that one down through mid-off with almost a flat bat.
This one gets the feeling that Sohail's getting a little fidgety now. Java down the other end, just trying to settle him down. Just be patient.
It's a nice deflection. Well, the left and right-handed combination is working well here. It just breaks up the line of the bowlers. It's a good, solid partnership. It's 1 or 2 boundaries, but the experienced Meandad taking his time and his young partner playing the shots. Calls out a wide. Going for the leg side, stumping again. This time it's angled down leg side. Umpire Shepherd right onto that one. Good partnership.
It's just 91 balls. It was quite wide, but this time down the offside, a little bottom edge there. Because over the years, spinners and little medium pacers have quite often got away with bowling the ball. Certainly zipping one down the leg side and over. And if it's taken by the keeper, very often they used to get away with it. Not so much these days.
Good running. Good early call. Always a single to a deep mid-on. The batsman responds, and Java did that.
He's certainly off the mark there very quickly. He knew exactly what he was doing. Java just a little slow, though, to respond. He's the senior pro. Tendulkar getting a little bit tense too and a little frustrated. This match is very much in the balance at the moment.
That's wide. This is just losing his cool, the young 18-year-old who batted brilliantly for 54 not out. The pressure here. It's a vital match for both teams.
It certainly is. At the moment, the Pakistanis have got the points on the board. They've won one. .05 per over needed, and currently going along at 3.55.
Good delivery. That one doesn't find the edge. It's 2 for 74. 2 for 74 after 21, Pakistan. Raju having a bit of trouble here with the left hand. I see Mohammad Azharuddin now going to a square leg position for the top edge. Just back with a square leg umpire. He swings him nicely. 4. Socket over the fence, but it was on the ground, so it's 4.
Yes, there's no doubt that Kapil Dev has got a little bit of a problem with his leg. Greg Chappell picked it when he was batting. He seems to me have stretched a hamstring just a little bit, and you'll see as he moves along the boundary here that he's limping just a little bit, and it was for that reason he had to try and put the boot in there. He's flicked it over the boundary.
So Hill taking on Raju here. Good battle. Sweeps it in the air off a glove, off pad, off the shoulder. It's all happening. I just wonder why he doesn't try one over the wicket and come into the rough. Raju, he's coming around the wicket, he's pitching back leg stump and turning a little bit down to leg, so maybe there's some glove there as well.
Listen, that leg stump exposed as well. He's getting a long way across.
Big Sharp, he's around the wicket, he has to straighten it up. Umpire Peter McConnell not interested.
Oh, we know he's straightening it. This replay will be interesting. Let's see if you can pick the line here. Where did it pitch? On middle. And perhaps just missing the off stump there. He was quite a long way forward too.
Well placed. Sohail goes to 45. Valuable knock for Pakistan. He's prepared to try and lift the run rate, outscoring Javed Miandad.
Sohail 67 runs, 67.2 runs per 100 balls in this innings.
He hasn't had a lot of the strike either. 45 off 67. The ball was swinging around early on. He's done very well indeed.
This is the first time these two sides have met each other in the World Cup. It's the end of the over. 2 for 79.
Stump vision shows the dry, hard pitch here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. In comparison, 79 against 69. Tendulkar doing a good job. He's not over expensive in his 5th over, no wicket for 15. So Mohammad Azharuddin will be happy with that. Grants is a knockdown by Kieran Moore on a half volley. They may go for 2 here. Just the single.
Yes, notice how the keeper went back for Sohail, the left-hander. And he probably is going to stay back now. Is he going to go up for Miandad, which is where he was last over? And he managed to get a glove to that one, but just after it bounced, which made it a little difficult for him to latch onto it. And there he is, back over the stumps, keeping Miandad in his crease. You saw Sohail standing outside his crease, trying to make half volleys of some of Tendulkar's deliveries.
You have a lot of coaching in modern cricket, but you just must let players do the natural thing. If you look at Javed Miandad's grip, it's certainly not one from the coaching manual, but it's been very, very effective. His hands are fair way apart, almost like as if he's going to chop some wood. My word, it's worked for him. Plenty of bottom hand, works the ball on the onside.
Yes, that's certainly true. The contrast to Javed would be someone like Clive Lloyd, who tended to hold the bat right at the top of the handle. But remember, Asif Iqbal was probably a little more like this.
Slow delivery, no run. Well, the vice captain's in control out there as far as Pakistan is concerned. He's a great talker, Javed. He's not doing much as far as run scoring is concerned at the moment. 2 off the over. It's 2 for 81. An important and very good match here at the Sydney Cricket Ground after 23 overs. It's 2 for 81 as Richie Benaud and Ian Chappell take up the commentary.
Thanks, Bill. Yes, and it's living up to its billing, this match. Very tight situation, as you see. After 23 overs. Perhaps some unorthodox shots being played by this pair, but not that easy to bowl to, Rich.
Very difficult left-hand, right-hand combination. The unorthodoxy is there. It's a good battle because Venkatapati Raju is turning the ball and he has a good top spinner, which we saw with that last ball he bowled.
He's got a bit to recommend him, Sohail. He bowls a little bit of left-arm orthodox himself. He's good in the field. Looks like he wants the ball to come to him. And he might not be the prettiest-looking batsman you've seen, but he's a fighter, and there he is, giving Javed some of his own back, telling Javed to keep his head down. And he's done a very good job for Pakistan in this game, Sohail.
Anyone who can get Javed's attention out there and tell them to settle down has a lot to commend him. Javed is a player who never ever stops talking. He's always chivying the opposition and his own players, but he is a wonderful player. I love watching him. He's always very much on the ball. And if Amir Sohail can meet Javed on equal terms out there, then he must have something about him. He's 47 at the moment. Javed is 19, and Sohail hasn't had all that much of the strike. His strike rate is very good in this innings.
It's a nice bit of flight bowling there. It's 2 for 83. Sydney Tower at centre point. Looking terrific at night. And the contest looking pretty good. Pakistan and India. There have been a few of those both this afternoon and this evening.
You wouldn't think anyone of this pace would be able to bowl anything as wide as that. I reckon it would all land exactly on the spot.
This is a look at Sohail's performances as an all-rounder. Hasn't been in the game all that long. But already he's built up quite a good record. Batting average of 41, strike rate of 65. Bowling not quite as good, but he's handy with the ball.
Now it'll be Javed's turn to tell Sohail to settle down. It's just a little bit of frustration creeping in out there with the batsman.
Javed mightn't be quite as vociferous tonight because the opposition will understand a fair bit of what he says, whereas when he's playing England, Australia, they wouldn't understand anything of what he's saying.
No, but they have a fair idea from having played against him over the years. He's been known to frustrate the opposition on many occasions. Great cricketer. The shouts there, but the bowler followed on. Kieran Moray was the one who went up. Looked as though it could easily have been pad. Tendulkar followed him up. He didn't go up straight away. And that's why, because quite clearly it came off Javed Miandad's front pad. And Javed will just make his point now and say, hang on a moment, son, and excuse me, Mr. Moray, would you mind not talking while I'm facing up? Chatter, 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 who, me? And perhaps it is just as well that no one can understand precisely what they're saying.
And umpire Shepherd having the last say, telling the non-striker to get back in his crease and let's get on with this match. And not out is the final decision. Yes, he's never stuck, Javed. It's 2 for 85. Well, a little bit of a conversation going on here. I think Azharuddin is trying to work out what the situation is. Javed's going to put his tuppence worth in. There was never any doubt about that. But I think Azhar is perhaps suggesting that that the batsman rather than the wicketkeeper may have provoked the whole thing by dobbing in Moray. But he certainly livened up proceedings and got people jumping around the place.
Not least himself. Well, the umpires have settled it down. But that is precisely what I mean about Javed and the opposition. It never stops. It's not wise to try and take a rise out of Javed. He'll always come back. In the World Cup, there have been 7 Pakistan centuries. They are the century makers, Amir Sohail. Man we're looking at the non-striker's end has the highest score, 114. Ramiz Raja, Zahir Abbas, Javed himself. Then Imran Khan is on that list. He's skippering Pakistan in this match here. He's come back with the shoulder injury, said he had to play. Ramiz Raja, a second time, and Salim Malik.
Imran will be a very important man later on in this innings. I think he's still, even as he nears 40, still the best middle order player in world cricket. It doesn't matter whether you're talking test cricket or one-day cricket. When Pakistan really get down to the nitty-gritty in this chase, Imran will be a very important man. He's a terrific middle order player. And if it's a short run sprint or the longer version where you've got to keep up a good rate for quite a while, doesn't matter what the situation, Imran is the man that I would want to have out there in that sort of situation.
That's it!
50 for Sohail, and he's been a good contributor for Pakistan. It's 2 for 88. Javad's just had a chat with Amir. Probably said to him, well, now I've got the opposition murmuring and chattering to me. You just concentrate on your batting and get a few runs and we'll win this match.
Just a single there takes Amir Sohail on to 51. He's faced, had 78, so that's 79 balls, so he hasn't had all that much of the strike, and his strike rate is very good. He's done well, whereas Javed, to a certain extent, has been contained. That's only with the bat. 20 from 67 balls for Javed.
No ball called there by umpire Shepherd. Well, this contest has certainly lived up to its billing. We've had the spectators from both sides voicing their opinion and waving their flags. We've had a little bit of, I suppose you'd call it byplay rather than an altercation on the field. And we look forward to a couple more similar sort of contests. England playing Australia tomorrow. South Africa playing the West Indies in New Zealand. Could be a couple of lively contests with not a lot of love lost. Although I think out on the field there's probably less aggravation than there is in the stands in all of those three situations.
Game tomorrow afternoon here at the Sydney Cricket Ground between Australia and England is of great importance to both sides, possibly more so to Australia, have only 2 points so far in the competition.
Actually, you never know what's possible in the peacemaking line, though, Rich, after I heard today that Prince Charles is a national hero in France. I think anything can happen in the peacemaking stakes after hearing that.
Very generous people, the French. And that, with Prince Charles, is to do with the statement on French cheeses. That's the points table. New Zealand, England, Sri Lanka and West Indies on top. They're the top four at the moment. Pakistan, Australia, South Africa, India and Zimbabwe in that order.
He loves that shot, Sohail, but he only gets one with Jadeja out there on the boundary. It's 2 for 93. Pakistan 2 for 93 after 27, and you can see the closeness of this contest shown there in the comparison. that a bit of a thump. And just enough to get it to the boundary. He really clubbed that one. As I said, he might not play shots out of the textbook, Sohail, but he's producing a good innings here for Pakistan.
That was beautifully placed. Yes, he's not what you'd call a pretty player, but he's very, very effective. He was beaten past the outside edge on quite a few occasions at the start of the innings. Didn't worry him in the slightest.
And as I'm sure you'd attest, Rich, sometimes the unorthodox type of player is very difficult to bowl to.
Very difficult indeed for a spinner. The two balls Venkatapati Raju's bowled in this over, neither of them have been bad deliveries, and yet 6 runs have come from them. So he's got the first one this over right off the meat of the bat. Then one's run off the outside edge. That one skewed away into the covers. 7 runs off the over. And Venkatapati Raju will be walking back thinking, what's gone wrong? I'm not bowling too badly. And suddenly it's all disintegrating.
It's the 100 up for Pakistan in the 28th over. Remember, this is a 49 over game. 170 balls for that 100.
Run rate required is sneaking up towards 6 and over. That's clever cricket from Javed. It's a good over for Pakistan. One ball to go. Javed is saying he's good counter, as you have to be at top level. You must know what's coming, what's gone. He's telling Amir Sohail this is the last ball of the over.
It's 2 for 101 after 28. And Pakistan just keeping India in their sights as far as the comparison is concerned, and that's important because they have 2 very good players to come in Salim Malik and Imran Khan, and a good hitter in Wasim Akram, and then the keeper Moin Khan is no slouch with the bat. So as long as they don't, these players don't let that run rate, the required run rate, get out of hand, then they're doing a good job in keeping Pakistan right in the contest. And the thing is, the way they're batting at the moment, they're not taking any great risks, and that's important. It means they'll have a few wickets up their sleeve when they do need to just pick the run rate up a little.
Javed is just pointing out to the left-hander, Amir Sohail, there's going to be a change in the field. There's a man going back on the boundary at square point. There's still 3 men on the offside, saving the single. That's inside the circle. And 2 on the onside. So still a fairly attacking field. And a wide call. There is one other option for Mohammad Azharuddin, and that is Jadeja, who bowled quite well up in Brisbane the other day, under pressure. has all the responsibility out there, takes all the credit and all the blame as well. Mohammad Azharuddin is back in form with the bat, but he has plenty of worries out there at the moment. Not too many smiles.
That's a good over from Tendulkar. It's 2 for 104.
For 104 Pakistan. That's against 3 for 103. This is a 49 over a side match, not because of rain, but because Pakistan bowled their over so slowly. 217 to win. Javagal Srinath is coming back, and Venkatapati Raju, having bowled 5 overs for 18, had 8 taken off that last one. He's been removed from the attack. Here's Srinath.
Srinath took a bit of stick in his first 3 overs, 11 coming off the first one, 4 off the second one, and then 5 off the third over to give him figures of 3 overs, none for 20 in the first spell. Azharuddin will be hoping for better things from his quickie on this occasion.
Something of an illusion, the bowling figures up against Srinath's name at the moment, because he bowled pretty well and passed the outside edge a few times, found the outside edge of Sohail's bat, just couldn't get the break through, but it was a good little spell, not reflected in the bowling figures.
Azharuddin is doing the right thing here as a captain. He's now got 6 men inside the circle, 3 on each side. And that's the right thing, because he's got to make singles difficult for the Pakistan batsmen. And what he's trying to do is make the batsmen take some risks to keep up a run rate of around about 4 per over. And he's doing that by keeping 6 inside the circle. If he were to have only 4, there would be some easy singles around, and you'd be able to keep up a run rate of 4 pretty simply. Good over there from Srinath, 2 for 105. Well, these two teams very evenly matched after 30 overs, as they have been all the way through. And well taken. That's a good catch. Chris Srikanth there, coming forward and taking a good catch at mid-wicket, just a few centimetres above the turf.
That's good cricket. Not easy to take those, and he was on his way in. He pushed forward for the catch, even though it was a very well struck ball and a full toss. And that's good stuff. Good cricket. And it provides the third wicket at 105.
Salim Malik is a very good player, and his strike rate is a tremendous one, 86 runs per 100 balls and an average of 33. So pretty good stats there for Salim Malik, but he hasn't done much as yet in the World Cup. He's too good a player to keep missing out. That's a nice start for him. Amir Sohail did a good job for Pakistan at the top of the order. And it took a very good catch from Chris Srikanth to get rid of him.
The Indian version of the, I suppose, the very low fives. Nothing of a high five about that.
You'll never run Javed out that way. Not. Salim Malik has made a good start, hitting the ball in the middle of the bat, picking up a couple of twos, just the sort of thing to build the confidence up quickly. It's 3 for 109 after 31. Well, it's all tied up after 31 overs. It is a 49 over game. Someone hopefully will be in front by then. Srinath continues in the commentary box. David Gower and Greg Chappell.
Thank you, Ian. And there's runs there for Javed Miandad. It's the perfect limited over shot, no slips in position.
More frustration for Srinath. Not a great ball though, wide of the off stump, giving Javed room to have a full go at it. And of course, the harder you go at it, the quicker the ball flies off the edge and 4 runs.
An indication of how hard Javed has worked for his runs tonight. That's only his second boundary. Javed just changing gears. Bit of pressure on at the bowler's end, but Salim Malik is quick enough. Javed Miandad deciding it's time for Salim to get loose.
Javed Miandad, of course. Actually, that's interesting. If the wicketkeeper there had been looking at his own stumps and thinking about running out Javed Miandad, he'd have had a very good case to answer. As it was, he went for the bowler's end.
Yes, David, that was very interesting. Kieran Moray very intent on the bowler's end, when if he'd concentrated on his own end, he could well have had Javed Miandad out by the, well, maybe not the length of the straight, but half the length of the straight. Jockey Moray just explaining why he was going to the bowler's end.
I think he needs a good lawyer to answer that case, I'm afraid.
Javed Miandad just picking up the tempo. The yellow line there shows the progress India made during their innings and how Pakistan have been level, in front and back to pretty well even. It was the middle overs of the Indian innings where they picked up their run rate. Javed Miandad will have no doubt the intent on doing that here with the Pakistan innings.
Javed Miandad actually very skilled at doing exactly that, bringing the run rate up. You can see there Javed Miandad, 173 runs so far in this competition. And Mir Sohail, the last batsman dismissed, currently the leading run maker of this World Cup.
Three for 116, Pakistan. Tendulkar continues. Javed Miandad is the batsman on strike. And we've all commented what a fine player he is in this situation. Tendulkar starting his 10th over. He has 1 for 31 to this stage. He's done a fair job.
the most fearsome bowler to watch from a distance, Sachin Tendulkar, but those figures there, so far only conceding 31 runs off this spell. Curiously the same number of runs that Javed Miandad has made.
Salim Malik hurt himself there when he slipped and fell. Just a little bit of misunderstanding between Javed Miandad and Salim Malik.
Well, it's not the first misunderstanding that Miandad's had today.
And that is a wide, and a very wide, according to David Shepherd. Sachin Tendulkar has done a good job. He's wobbled the ball around, but he's contributed to the 13 wides that India have bowled. The fielding's been quite good in support of the Indian bowlers. They probably felt they didn't quite have enough runs. They've done their best to back up the bowlers and their captain. Javed Miandad will be intent on being there for as many of the overs as possible, if not right through to the end, and if he's there at the end, Pakistan will be in with a very big chance. That's a well-struck shot from Salim Malik. He's a very talented player, a very good timer of the ball. They're all important runs. 3 for 122. Prabhakar makes a return to the bowling crease. He bowled 5 overs in his first spell. He took 1 for 7. So there's a lot of support for both India and Pakistan here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Very Indian names there, Tom, Bob and Sandra.
Prabhakar bowled very well in his first spell. He swung the ball, got it to seam. He started off in a similar vein here in his second spell.
Prabhakar early on in that first spell bowled some fabulous deliveries to Javed Miandad at the start of his innings. And Salim Malik here, who's just come in and has looked in good touch, hasn't had a very productive World Cup as yet. Only scores of 14 not out and 17. But Prabhakar's bowled him a beauty there first up.
So the best way to get in front is to get aggressive.
This is probably Malik's best option, of course. He is a natural free-flowing stroke maker, and anything like that, plenty of width, plenty of length, giving Malik a full chance to let the bat go. It's gone high over Azharuddin at point. There's a lot of empty space down there on the boundary, and clatters into the fence.
That's out. He's taken by Kieran Moray. A little bit of width there as well. Prabhakar all steamed up about it. He's delighted. Mohammad Azharuddin in the background will be very happy. Indians recognise that was an important wicket. Their supporters in the crowd are delighted.
Well, as ever, one free-flowing shot that goes to the boundary, one free-flowing shot that is nicked to the keeper, and of course the title of careless will spring straight to mind there. And many scribes watching this game. Salim Malik, not a very good shot there. And now Pakistan 4 for 127.
Imran Khan in his 169th limited over match comes to the wicket to replace Salim Malik.
And another view of Salim Malik's dismissal. Kieran Moray was actually quite happy to see the back of Malik there, and so was Manoj Prabhakar, who I think let Malik know exactly what he felt as he went back to the pavilion again.
Imran Khan walks in there, faces a couple of balls. Pakistan on 4 for 127. Now starting to struggle for wickets in hand. Their two most experienced players are at the wicket. Having lost 4 wickets, Amir Sohail, opening batsman, doing a very good job there with 62. Inzamam Al-Haq didn't have a lot of luck. Zahid Fazal also struggled. And Salim Malik, who looked in reasonable form, 2 boundaries in his 12, struck the ball quite well. Unfortunately for him, got the thick outside edge to Morey. Prabhakar having picked up 2 wickets. Raju now coming into the attack. It was Mushtaq Ahmed who took a couple of wickets in the 1 over for India in the middle of the innings, which slowed down India's progress in the middle overs. Pakistan have run into a similar problem. Mushtaq took 3 for 39. Had 3 for 39 in his 8th over. He failed to take any more wickets and finished up with 3 for 59. The 2 wickets in his 8th over were very important. I would say that Mohammad Azharuddin would now realise that the game is there for the winning if they can remove this man. Javed Miandad was always going to be the key player for Pakistan in this run chase. And so he proves to be.
It's very important for Pakistan now that Javed Miandad stays there. He's done the reconnaissance. He's taken quite a long time over his 32 runs so far, and it is vital for him to stay there, having done that reconnaissance, to make the most of it and carry on to what could be a match-winning score.
It's the 2 boundaries in the 92 balls for Javed Miandad. As David said, he's had a good look, a good long look. Slower ball from Raju. Imran Khan now comes a strike to Raju. He's had very little batting in recent weeks. It's the first game he's actually participated in this World Cup. Had some shoulder problems. It's the end of Raju's over. Pakistan are 4 for 128. The bright lights of the Sydney Cricket Ground from outside. A camera on the MLC building in the city looking out to the SCG, where Manoj Prabhakar bowls to Imran Khan. I beg your pardon, that's Javed Miandad on strike. Javed in 2 minds there, just outside the line of off stump.
I don't really think Javed Miandad was trying to hit this. He'd started to leave the ball. He'd realised very late that the ball was still coming in towards him, and he certainly hadn't played a shot at the ball. And therefore, the only decision to make for Peter McConnell was whether or not the ball was going to hit the stumps, which it wasn't.
Well, that is a very good delivery. Even Javed Miandad would agree with that.
Well, Prabhakar still drawing these magic balls out of the locker. That's moved away very sharply, just outside the outside edge of Miandad's bat there. And Miandad prepared to nod in acknowledgement of a very fine delivery.
Nine runs required, 81 balls left. So Pakistan are well in the game, 6 wickets in hand. They're running out of talent. Akram is the next man in. He has plenty of talent. And then from there it's all downhill for batting talent for Pakistan. Akram, a great striker of the ball. as Javed Miandad and Imran Khan. They're the men at the wicket. They're the ones highlighted by the green, stripped through their name. Javed Miandad with the red light against his name is on strike. 33 runs to his name. Imran Khan yet to trouble the scoreboard. Imran will be wanting to stick around with Javed, give himself a good sighter. Javed Miandad doesn't always look the prettiest player, but he's very effective. He gets bat on ball regularly, manages to find the gaps. He's prepared to work very hard for his runs. He's a great competitor.
Just see Miandad dabbing the ball, rolling the wrists over the top of the ball to keep it down, guiding it to third man for a comfortable single.
The thing with Javed is that he's always well balanced. He doesn't try and hit the ball too hard. He makes sure that he gets the bat on the ball and guides it through the gaps. Imran Khan now finding out that Prabhakar still swings the ball. Frustration for the bowler. Pakistan 4 for 129. The second wicket to fall was that of the young player Fazal. Fazal was out, caught behind by Moray from the bowling of Prabhakar in a very fine spell of bowling. And there was a very good partnership between Javed and Amir Sohail. Sohail was the next man to go. Caught beautifully by Chris Srikanth at short mid-wicket. He's delighted. Tendulkar was the bowler. That was a good breakthrough for India. Javed Miandad wants the run. Imran Khan is too slow off the mark. And that really was a foolish piece of cricket. They didn't need to lose a wicket at this stage. I'm not quite sure who's the main one to blame. Javed Miandad wanted the run. Imran Khan wasn't sure. Stopped, started.
Imran Khan hasn't batted yet until today in the competition. A little bit unfamiliar with the rules of calling here. Confusion. Imran hesitated and hasn't beaten the throw back yet. Very well taken by Raju, who takes the bails off, and David Shepherd in perfect position there to give the decision. Imran Khan, the Pakistan captain, is walking back, accompanied by the duck. And Pakistan are 5 for 130 and in some trouble. And when he swings that bat, the ball can disappear many a mile. But he's got to just have a look at this track now. He's got to get the pace of the wicket, get the feel of the bowling before he tries to launch anything. But if he stays there with Javed, fine, though the game can swing back again in Pakistan's favour.
Nazim Akram, another of the long line of good strikers. And a more than useful lower middle order batsman. The score is 5 for 132. So Pakistan starting to struggle. Imran Khan was the last man to go. He wanted to run, then he wasn't sure. Javed came rushing through. Kieran Moray did a magnificent job. It's a good throw, well taken by Raju. Umpire David Shepherd in perfect position. This is just some of the indecision at the start.
Kieran Moray did very well here. Although he just about lost his footing when he was throwing the ball, he managed to keep enough balance to throw the ball straight. Venkatapathi Raju did the rest, took the bails off as Imran Khan came through.
Had Imran gone first up, there's no doubt he would have made it. He got very close as it was. But some good cricket there by Kieran Moray.
A useful ball from Srinath.
Graham is an experienced player. He knows not to panic. 85 runs required off 71 balls. The run rate required is almost irrelevant. They can get it back to around about a run a ball, and there's no reason why they can't win, but they need to do it with these two batsmen there for the bulk of the remaining 10 or 11 overs. And Javed Miandad is still the key figure for Pakistan. He's been there for quite some time. He's very good in these late stages. He just keeps getting bat on ball and finding the gaps. Really, when you've only got to get one run a ball or thereabouts, you don't have to hit too many boundaries. The boundaries will come because the frustration builds for the bowlers. They run in, they've got the field in trying to cut off singles. If the batsman can keep working the ball into the gaps and getting easy singles, the frustration comes for the bowlers. They try to stretch it, bowl a bit faster. That's when the loose balls come, and that's when the boundaries come.
Well, anyone would think it was Wasim Akram who was frustrated at this stage. He's only been there for a few balls. He's only just arrived at the crease. And Srinath again, his natural delivery going away from the left-hander. Wasim Akram's got nowhere near that. He's been eyeing up a spot a long way over long on. I think he thinks he wants to win this game well before the scheduled close.
They don't need to lose his wicket at this stage. That's what he needs to do, get the ball into the gaps, give Javed Miandad some strike, give himself time to become accustomed to the light and pace of the wickets. It looks like he wants to play some shots. 82 runs, 67 balls left. Perhaps he wants to close that gap. Javed doesn't need any more run-outs. That's the end of the over. 5 for 135. There's the comparison. Pakistan 5 for 135. India at the same stage after 38 overs were 3 for 144. And Katapati Raju will continue the bowling from the Randwick end. And in the commentary position, Simon O'Donnell with Tony Greig.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, it looks as if Wasim Akram is going to go after, or certainly try to go after, Raju. He's already tried to hit him down the ground once and missed. That one certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat. 81 runs off 65 balls. And Raju in his 9th over now. Just one off the server so far. There's the reverse sweep. Right off the meat of the bat.
Well, he's definitely seeing them all right, Javed Miandad, to be able to play that sort of shot. Completely unorthodox. And struck very well. 2 runs. I don't know how many times it would come off. The odds may be against it.
That one away in the orthodox fashion. Some one way or the other. He hit it straight in the middle of the bat, though, didn't he?
He certainly did, and probably, if anything, it's a bit of an ominous sign. The Indians would look at trying to remove Javed Miandad as quick as they possibly can, because he's seeing them that well he can play them the opposite way. It may be a little bit difficult to remove in those last overs. An experienced cricketer such as he could just guide Pakistan to a memorable victory here. India's still well on top.
He's hit straight back at him, and I think he's dropped that. He hits the ball very hard, Akram. Have another look at this.
Did hit it well, and shin height catch. One that should be taken if he didn't get a lot of hand on it. I think it hit just above the right wrist. be a bit expensive for the Indians.
That's well run. That was a beautiful shot from stump vision. Have a look at the white ball fly here. And it went flying straight through the hands of Raju. The field spreads out now. 5 fieldsmen on the fence. Oh, and he's got him. Yes, out stumped. Raju has struck. Boy, didn't he enjoy that, having dropped him. Gave it a little bit of extra tweak. Off went the bails. And Wasim Akram is out stumped.
Yes, a good piece of bowling. It's the arm ball. No turn there. Wasim Akram playing for it. And Kieran Moray having very little trouble taking the bails off. Well out of his ground. And Katabati Raju very excited about it. Wasim Akram upset. And Pakistan now reeling at 6 for 141 in the 39th.
He's down at the non-strikers end at the moment. Javed still out there non-strike.
A lovely piece of bowling that. And Katabati Raju seeing Wasim Akram coming, slipping in the arm ball. And he's well out of his ground. Indians very excited about that. He was a real danger man, Wasim Akram. He wasn't too happy.
Yes, he certainly saw that little bit of movement there and decided to zip it in straight and quickly. And his wicketkeeper, Kieran Moray, did the rest. So just looking at the batsman's feet again, started to move down the wicket, missed it, and that was the end of that. The inside edge. Well, that's it for Pakistan. Their star player now on his way back. It looked as if he was trying to steer that one away on the offside. Got a little inside edge onto the stumps. So Javed Miandad out.
Yes, a little in-swinging Yorker from Srinath. He's very happy about it, and so he should be. That was the last nail in the coffin for Pakistan. He was the man they needed out, Javed Miandad, for 40 of 110 balls. Pakistan now 7 for 141.
Welcome back. Well, the new batsman is Moin Khan. He's on strike at the moment, just 20 years of age. And Javagal Srinath tries another one. Try to get it right up there in the block hole, and plenty of backing up, but the ball's going in all directions. So they managed to get 3.
So that's the one Srinath had Javed Miandad in trouble with. Just giving himself a little bit of room. Inside edge of the bat, perfectly pitched. And he got rid of the danger man. Not sure what type of dance you do call that. It's a very happy one, all because of that little incident there.
White call there. I think it really probably was just a simple dance of happiness. Javed's been chirping away out there a little bit. I think the Indians perfectly happy to see him on his way. Story, 72 runs of 56 balls with only 3 wickets in hand. That's the real problem they've got. Once again, the ball off the inside edge and close to the stumps.
Srinath bowling a very good spell here, and 2 Pakistan batsmen, a monumental task in front of them, try and overhaul this total now. Their backbone's really been broken, and also Haider had what looked like a very serious injury earlier. Seems to be getting up and down the wicket quite well at the moment. Interesting just to see whether he can withstand that on his leg.
Big appeal there for LBW, and he's gone down, Javagal Srinath. That's the end of the over, 7 for 146. And to give you an idea of how much fun the Indians are having, I want to have a look at Srinath here. Keep an eye on him. Here's the bowler. Last ball of the last over.
I think the skipper would be very happy to see this. It's really a man throwing himself into his work, and yes, still can't stop him from having a bit of a go, thinking there's an LBW on.
Oh, and that's got to be a little close. Perhaps just a bit too close for umpire Peter McConnell to give.
Well, it all happens very quickly. A very good decision there from Peter McConnell. It happens very quick, and oh yeah, just home. Let's call it just home. Wouldn't like a Melbourne Cup finish to be that close. And you had to judge it with the naked eye, but Peter McConnell judged that very well.
Yes, you can't expect him to give those. The batsman getting the benefit of the doubt there. He may just have got his bat home anyhow.
Placement of the field very important here by Raju, and Azharuddin seems to be working at the moment.
It's in the air, but I think it's going to land safely. Three of them converging on it there. Back for the second they come. That really could have ended up in the hands of one of the three fieldsmen. We've got a man just behind square, one at mid-wicket and one back. Watch this go off the edge. High in the air and very luckily just over the infield. Well bowled. Good spell too from Raju. That's the end of the 41st, 7 for 151. So that's the comparison after 41. India were 5 down for 153, which allowed them to kick on 216. And Pakistan have problems now because they've lost 7 wickets. From India's point of view, they'd be very happy because they've already played 3 Vincent and Hedges World Cup matches, and they haven't won one. No result in one. Javagal Srinath continuing. Yes, England beat India by 9 runs. And then the Australians beat them by 1 run. So they've been involved in some close matches.
They've definitely been involved in some close matches. And when you think of one-day cricket, 50 overs, you're defeated by 9 runs and 1 run. 2 very important matches. Their form reads pretty good on paper. And I think they'll be deserving of a good victory here tonight, although anything can happen. As long as Wasim Haider's leg holds up, there must still be a chance. You can run those quick singles. Obviously had some sort of magic ointment in the last hour or so to get that leg up to standard.
Oh, nearly another mix-up. A bit of kamikaze type running going on out there at the moment. That's the Indian shot, followed by the Pakistani one. Look at all those little red dots there. They represent the wickets that have fallen in quick succession. And when that happens, of course, the run rate tends to dip a bit, which is done then. And now they're behind the 8 ball. Javagal Srinath.
Well, if India can win today, that'll be the first time in the last 13 matches that these two sides have met that they've won.
Yes, Pakistan has actually swamped India for such a long time. Might be a good change.
It's his ninth, it's his 8th over. It's nicely played. 1 for 37, his figures at the moment. He didn't get the new ball. Dev and Prabhakar got the new ball. Srinath first change, and then they've used Tendulkar and Raju.
It's a good effort so far here by the two new Pakistan batsmen, keeping the run rate ticking over, trying to limit the risks they're taking. Only 3 wickets in hand. They must be very careful. If they keep the run rate ticking over, there's still a chance.
That's the over, 7 for 150. So the old and the new there. The pavilion, the ladies' stand, just the edge there of the Brawangal stand. Lovely place to watch the cricket from. And Dev now back into the attack. He'll be trying to finish things off here. He's bowled 7 overs, no wicket, no maidens, 1 for 22. And the best figures, those of Prabhakar, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. And he too has only bowled 7, so he'll be used at some stage as well. The Indian captain there. Getting all G'd up on the one hand and then trying to calm him down on the other. It's got no option really. They've got to try and get a run off every ball without losing a wicket, and that's going to be the problem. Taking a few risks running between the wickets here. There doesn't seem to be a great understanding between these two.
A few people giving orders out there. Everyone getting a little bit excited. Smell the scent of victory, the Indians. I think the way these two batsmen are running, the odds of a run out are very slim. If you're a betting man, I think you nearly have to take whatever odds given. That most predictable dismissal of these two at this stage is a run out.
He's got that one away beautifully. Right off the meat of the bat.
Owen's hit that very well. On the line of off stump, just look at the wrist, bit of a follow through and down to the fence for 4. A couple more of those brings Pakistan right back into the game. Kapil Dev will have to be very careful here.
He's got to keep it up and nice and straight. He can play so many of those cross bat shots towards square leg. With the ball straight, you miss one of those, it's all over. But that's what they've got to do. It's uphill, 38 balls remaining there. Mind you, they've got Mushtaq Ahmed to come as well. He can bat a bit. He's done it again. Not quite off the meat this time.
It's definitely his favourite shot. Kapil Dev does vary his length at all and goes a little bit short, just on a length. It's the obvious spot Moen's going to try and hit him. He's done it twice successfully. It's yielded 6 runs, a 4 and a 2 from only 2 attempts. So the odds are with it at the moment. Kapil Dev just making some subtle adjustments to that field. Dropping back the mid-wicket. Down very deep now to that area where Moen is obviously strong. Bringing up his mid-off.
Oh, he's given that one heaps, but he's going to be caught. What a good shot to get out to. He's hit it right off the meat of the bat. It's gone flying away down towards the boundary at point. And Mandraker has taken the catch. So Dev, having been smashed away twice on the onside, he's strengthened his field over on that side. And what did he do? He bowled a short one, got cut away, but got a wicket.
Yes, a very well struck stroke. Mandraker having no problems with the catch. Moen Khan gone for 12 off 12 deliveries. And Pakistan are 8 for 161. Mushtaq Ahmed, a new batsman, 21 years of age. He's played 37 matches. Highest score of 17 not out. Career average of just over 9. 75.8 runs per 100 balls. Capable type hitter. Very difficult situation to come to the crease. Well, Tony Greig has just had to step out. Bill Laurie is a fine replacement.
The chips out in the air, and it's all happening at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and really India have done a great job here tonight. And Kapil Dev showing his experience because he was charged with that last delivery. Moen Khan was forced to hit it square. He hit it like a rocket straight to Sanjay Mandraker, who took a straightforward but well-judged catch, a very important one. It was hit with a lot of power. The timing there was there, but the placement was not. But the Indians have lifted their fielding 200% since the Brisbane Test match. They fumbled the ball and misfielded. They've been keen in the field. They've fielded well. They've brought off run-outs. They've caught well. And they're with a big chance here to pick up 2 vital points. They've been a little bit unlucky in this World Cup so far. And this man, Prabhakar, has bowled beautifully from the first over. Beautiful bowler, got control and variation. He'll bowl the odd slower ball now, the low-order batsman at the crease. He's a real competitor and gives 200%. So far, a very good performance by the Indians. Throws. If he hits, he would have been out, but he doesn't hit. Poor running, but not a good throw.
Well, that was a David Boone original. Mushtaq just taking off there very calmly and coolly, thinking that the Indians will not have a shot at the stumps. They did, and if that was a hit, Mushtaq Ahmed was going to be well out. And so the ball did miss by a fair distance. We would hope he's learnt from that and he won't try and just jog through on those singles.
Prabhakar. It's turned away down to fine leg. Well, while there's life, there's hope for Pakistan. It's a 49-over match. The problem for them is the 2 wickets in hand. They need 52 runs with 32 balls remaining Just over 10,000 people here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. I would have felt the 216 was within reach for Pakistan at the start of this innings. It's a nice deflection. Must look for two. Happy with the single. Noisy crowd. Seen some excellent bowling by the Indians.
Some very strong support for both sides. Unfortunately, only one party can go home completely happy. At the moment, it looks very much like it'll be the happy Indians.
Well bowled by Prabhakar. 8 for 166. 8 for 166. Mushtaq 3. Awesome Haider 8. Kapil Dev. There's a chance for a run out. Shawry. Got to be gone. He's gone by mile. Yes, sir. It's all happening for India. Panic in the Pakistan camp. Good take by Kapil Dev. Good intelligent throw by the skipper. And India looking good at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Well, Ian, looks like it's all over bar the shouting.
Yes, Pakistan, I don't know what the hell Mushtaq was thinking about there. And it was a case of have to. And in fact, there was a pretty easy run there because with all the stopping and starting, he was only just out. Pakistan now 9 for 166.
On top here, a very good fielding and bowling display by the Indians tonight. They've defended 216 brilliantly with some good catching, good throwing, and they've remained quite calm.
Yes, he had to be going, Mushtaq. His partner was the man going to the danger end. I don't know why he was hesitating. But Mohammad Azharuddin certainly didn't panic. Wasim Haider was the man coming from the non-strikers end. Now, it was his call. He was obviously yelling at Mushtaq to go. But Mushtaq was stopping and starting, and once he did that, it was all over.
Swing and a miss, looking for the big square cut. Kapil Dev once again involved in some good fielding. He's very calm, good pair of hands, a magnificent all-round cricketer.
Those run-out figures that we just saw, they were run-outs affected when those teams were in the field. So New Zealand claiming 7 run-outs. It's not when they've been batting that they've been run out 7 times.
Kapil Dev's been tidy as always, 8.4 overs, 2 for 29. Prabhakar, he's been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 17. Good support from Smarth, Tendulkar and Raju, all picking up a wicket and only conceding 41 runs is the highest total so far. That's after 10's a very good effort by the spinner Raju. And Kapil making sure that the field's right. He's pushing back the fine leg, bringing up the mid-off inside the circle, so he's not going to allow the tail ender to get the ball away fine before down in that region. Well, we'll have to go. They need to score off every ball at least 2 runs. With only 1 wicket in hand, so you think that India would win this match quite comfortably. Having said that, one never knows. The over bowled. 9 for 167. That's well bowled. Manoj Prabhakar's bowled a beautiful line. He has attacked the batsman all the time. He's got a great variation. He has the in-swinger, which is his stock ball, the out-swinger, the bowl, the slow-off break, particularly to the lower order batsman. That's what we'll work on now, to just change his pace up, confuse the batsman about their timing. Excellent figures. Economy rate is magnificent. Nice edge, but the third man is fine. Mohammad Azharuddin really on the job here tonight, not allowing the tail ender to get the fine nick, as you often see. The man at third man, very, very fine. Not for the square cut. He's there for the nick to protect that area. Just the single there from that outside edge. India playing well in this competition without a lot of luck.
Yes, they had the washout against Sri Lanka in Mackay, which, well, you would think would have cost them 2 points. You would expect that India would beat Sri Lanka. They were certainly on the wrong end of the deal in Brisbane as far as the rain was concerned, losing 3 overs in their chase for Australia's original target of 238, and the target was only reduced by 2 runs. Single there takes Pakistan along to 169. Yes, and they played pretty well against Australia. They certainly, in fact, I think probably the best result, or the result that would have been fairest to both sides, probably would have been a tie. I think they perhaps deserved a point each, but it doesn't always work out to be fair. So they are playing well, but as Bill mentioned, without a lot of luck.
Well struck, beats the captain. Took a hard fall there at point. Azharuddin, a very good fieldsman. He's held his bowlers beautifully today. When he brought back, see that ball just getting through in that point, when he brought back Prabhakar to get that wicket that was needed, took him off again. Now he's available to bowl the final overs from the members' end. Azharuddin in good form with the bat and in the field as captain. Well bowled. 9 for 170. Beautiful evening, around about 20 degrees now. Quite still, not a windy night by any means. Ideal for cricket and the crowd, 10,330. Tomorrow it's England versus Australia, a day-nighter at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's chipped along on. Just the single.
It's the important thing when you are playing well and the luck is not quite there and you're not getting the points you think you deserve. The important thing is to keep playing well, not to lose your nerve and try and change things too much. You've just got to say to yourself, well, if we keep playing well, sooner or later the luck is going to change a bit. We get a couple of points on the board and then things start to roll. It's like when you're batting well and the runs aren't coming and you keep getting caught by blinding catches. You've got to somehow or other convince yourself that if you keep on hitting the ball well, that the runs will come.
If India does win this match, it'll be a good result for Australia because it's a very close competition.
Top 4 at the moment: New Zealand, England, Sri Lanka, West Indies. Then just out of the 4, Pakistan and Australia. India will come up to join Pakistan if they win tonight. So a very important game for Australia against England tomorrow. Australia could afford to lose it, but that would be the last one they could lose. I'm sure they wouldn't like to lose it, but they could lose that game tomorrow and still get into the semi-finals. But England playing well. Australia have got to find a way to dent the England team's confidence. Tickets for that match available on that Sydney number 2664800.
Rakib not prepared to put the bat to ball. Maybe going to have a final onslaught. Last 2 overs, only 2 overs remaining after this delivery. I can't see why you'd block out now. I think they really should try and smash it and maybe get an edge or two. It's the over bowled. 9 for 171. For 171, Prabhakar to continue the excellent figures of 2 for 20.
Prabhakar changing his pace as he has done right throughout the summer, both in test matches and one-day games. Both Prabhakar and Kapil Dev bowling quite a good slower delivery. India are one of the few teams apart from Australia that do bowl a lot of slower balls, particularly in the late overs.
His line is so good, he's not straying to the onside at all. Once or twice with the new ball when it was really swinging, he lost his way, but really his line is off stump or thereabouts. He bowls the in-swinger, the out-swinger, slow off break, the leg cutter, and he's sharp enough to trouble all the batsmen. There's no change of stroke allowed. He's a very competitive cricketer. He's wanting a field change now. He's concentrating right to the end.
Yes, it's a good idea, even when the game is well and truly won. When you're bowling in this situation, as Prabhakar is, to concentrate. You never know what you might learn about bowling in the last few overs.
There's the charge, doesn't quite get it. And Drake of the fieldsman, so Akib Diawad on strike will give Prabhakar a real chance to knock him over. He's good enough to knock him over. Maybe with a slower ball, return catch, he'll try something. He's very much in form.
Yes, India, as Bill mentioned, playing well. The one man they really need to get into form is Srikanth. If they can get him into form, then things would be clicking nicely for India. Bowling that one from out wide on the crease, and that's where it finished at the other end, wide. I think that was a case of trying to get the final wicket.
For 1-7. Gabriel Srinath to bowl the final over. And he's got him, so that's it. Clean bowled off the first ball. A great win for India at the Sydney Cricket Ground. That gives them the 2 points they badly needed.
Yes, they played well, India, and they were certainly due to have a little bit of luck. Srinath finishing off the things in fine style. clean bowling. The last man, Aqib Javed. Tendulkar was man of the match for his brilliant innings and some steady bowling. So a good victory to India.